That's the right scene. All right. Hey everybody, so we're going to be doing a marathon Homefront card review session. Basically the goal here is to go through every card that they've got released in the new marathon or the new Homefront expansion, and we're going to be scoring it, trying to figure out where it might fit, where it sits, what the various power level is, and just review the set as a whole. So, a couple things before we get started. There's one new keyword that they've added to a good number of cards in the set, as well as they added some clarification. So, first thing is bond, which shows up pretty frequently actually on this set, is a new negative keyword, which is a bit unusual, but is definitely something that you will see in card games, where if you do not have a card from the nation that you are playing with bond. So, for instance, if you're playing a US card with bond and you do not have a US card on your field at the start of your turn, bond will trigger. What bond does is it causes you to take fatigue damage. So they've renamed it. They're calling it morale damage instead of fatigue, but it functions the exact same way as what fatigue used to do. So the first time you trigger bond, if you do not have a unit at the start of your turn that matches the unit that you're playing, then you would draw 1 damage. If you then have another bond card that triggers, you would take 2 damage. If your deck then runs out and you draw, then you would take 3 damage. So this really quickly scales. If you've ever been in a game where you've started taking fatigue damage from your deck, you know how quickly this can get out of control and how much damage this actually ends up doing to you. But the flip side of this is that these cards are supposed to be significantly more powerful, or there's benefit from them being played in decks where you aren't going to trigger bond that frequently. So we'll evaluate those as we go through the cards here, but just to kind of lay the groundwork for what bond is. The second thing that they've done is not necessarily add keywords, but they've just sort of bucketed keywords. So they've set ambush, blitz, fury, guard, heavy armor, shock, and smokescreen into a bucket that they're now calling combat keywords. And this does come up on some of the cards that we'll see, especially in the new Soviet cards, where these combat keywords are things that will pop up pretty frequently here. So, without any ado, let's go ahead and get started here. So the ranking system I'm going to use is a 1 through 5 scale. This is been something that's been kind of adapted / stolen from folks like Covert Go Blue, who do Magic card reviews. The idea being that if 1 being the worst, 5 being the best, a card that gets a 1 is something that's pretty much garbage. It probably doesn't even see play in draft. It's something that is not helpful. There's better things to do. Kind of a waste of mana. 2 cost or a 2-star card is something where maybe it sees edge play in a non-competitive deck, but very still pretty mid. And then maybe sees play in draft. So frequently you'll have cards that would not see any sort of play in a constructed format, but they might be a good draft card just because draft naturally has worse decks overall than constructed. Next step would be a 3-star card. So this would be maybe something that is a key player in an off-meta deck, or is something that's a maybe include one of in a meta deck. A 4-star card seems like it would be something that is basically, hey, this has a good spot in an on-meta deck. You kind of lock that slot in. It seems like it would be worth using. And a 5-star card seems like it's maybe not overpowered, but it seems like it has broad applicability into a number of potential on-meta decks, and you kind of have to argue yourself out against including this card frequently. So the way that we're going to do this is we're going to go nation by nation and basically escalate in rarity within that nation and cost. So we're going to start with commons, then go to uncommons, specials, and then elites, and then start with lowest cost and go to highest cost. So first one we're going to go through is Britain. Britain, I think, we'll go through and do maybe a overall review at the very end once we go through the cards. But starting off here, we've got Home Guard. So this is the first bond card that we're looking at. So again, bond, the way that it works is that if you play Home Guard. It is an order. It is 1 cost, and it says deal 2 damage to a target unit, add a garrison to your hand. So, if you were to play Home Guard and you did not have a British unit on the field at the start of your turn, you would take 1 damage the first time you play a thing with Bond. If you were to trigger Bond a second time, so say turn 1 you Home Guard, turn 2 you Home Guard and drop the garrison from the first Home Guard. That garrison did not start the turn on the field. That means that the second Home Guard, even though you have played a British unit and have a British unit on the field, is still going to trigger its Bond effect. So turn 1 Home Guard, turn 2 Home Guard play a garrison, you would have triggered Bond twice. So you would have taken 3 total damage. Now, you probably aren't going to be doing that, but that gives you an idea of just how quickly, if you're playing Bond cards without things on the field, these are quickly going to start dealing damage to you. So, now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's evaluate this card as it stands. So, Home Guard. So, deal 2 to a target unit for 1 is okay. It's not great. This being bonded is actually pretty awkward. Just for reference, the garrison is the 1 cost 0/3. If it doesn't get attacked, it deals 1 to your enemy's HQ. So garrison is pretty much a card that you would never include in your deck, period. I think in this case, and we'll see a number of other British cards that benefit from British infantry being played. Effectively, this gives you a garrison to use as that infantry trigger. This is also something where, hey, maybe the garrison sticks around and makes it a little easier to play Bond cards in the future. Now, this being common is awkward. I don't think you're ever in a position that you'd want to run 4 of these in your deck. You seem like you would very quickly get into a spot where you would potentially start to be taking more damage than you're really comfortable dealing here. You almost never want to play this in a position where you're bonding yourself, unless it's desperation time. So deal 2 to a target unit, but only if you have stuff that started on the board that turn, is pretty awkward to play. So in my opinion, this card is a 2-star card. This is something that, if you are desperate for cards in your deck that have this sort of bond effect, that you need to have that British infantry, maybe you include this, but it doesn't seem like a very good card, honestly. Moving on to the next one, we've got Lay Force. So Lay Force is a 1 cost, 1 op British infantry. It's a 2/2. It has Blitz, and again, it has Bond. This has an even greater negative effect than Bond, though, because its text is non-British cards cost an additional 1, and this card gets +1/+1 when the enemy targets or attacks it. I think this card's pretty bad, in my opinion. So something that I think as we go through this set and see is that cards that are low-cost cards, so for instance, this and Home Guard, cards that are supposed to be played on 1 that are not necessarily aggressive, but are there to try and round out your curve, almost always get kind of screwed by having Bond, in my opinion. Since these are cards that frequently, the point of a 1 or 2 drop card is that you'll have multiple in your deck to try and provide some consistency, to guarantee that you have these cards on the turn where you want to play them. Unfortunately, if they are a 1 or 2 cost card, that means that they are going to bond you almost every time, and you kind of expect them to. Now, this is a problem for this card especially because frequently you're going to be playing this on 1 as your 1 drop, you bond yourself, and then what is this doing? Well, if you play it on 1, it's not operating yet, so it stays in your support line. If this is going into a aggro deck, well, unfortunately, they're never going to attack into it, so you're going to be forced to trade. This doesn't trade into Colm. This trades evenly with 15th Cavalry. This is something where you don't really want to play this on 1. You're going to bond yourself. If you don't really want to play this on 1, when are you playing it? If you don't really want to play this in control, which is normally when you'd want those 1 drops, if you yourself are playing a deck that is less aggressive, your drops in the early game are supposed to buy you time. This doesn't seem to do that, and in fact hurts you from doing that because you are potentially dealing damage to your HQ, which is what aggro wants to do anyway. So, if you're playing this against a deck that's more mid-rangey or more control-y, are they really going to care about this +1/+1 that it's getting when they hit into it? Probably not. And there's a good chance that you want to trade this off yourself because you want to get rid of this British card cost increase. So this having the additional tax on it for non-British cards is pretty brutal. There's another card that we'll see later that has this same tax that is worth playing, in my opinion. Significantly worth playing. This one is not it, though. That said, I'm still going to give it a 2. I don't think this is complete garbage. I think in draft, for example, this maybe sees some play because sort of the slower, awkward frontline fighting that does happen in draft means this probably does trade up into things. But as far as constructed goes, I don't really see it here. Next one is Valentine. So Valentine is a 2-cost, 1-op British tank. It is a 2/3. It also has Bond, and it has Fury. And its deployment effect is that it gets Blitz if you deployed a British infantry last turn. So when I was talking through Home Guard, and I was describing the situation where this card gives you Garrison, this gives you an infantry that you know you can deploy to trigger things in the future that trigger off of British infantry. This is one of those cards. So this allows you to basically guarantee you're going to be getting this deployment effect. You will almost never deploy Valentine in a situation where you are not getting Blitz. So with that in mind, I think this card is effectively a 2-cost, 1-op, 2/3 Blitz, Bond, Fury, tank. Now, if you're getting the deployment effect, that means you definitely deployed an infantry last turn. It probably has stuck around, since British infantry tend to be pretty tanky. So you probably are not getting hit for the Bond with this. Now, a Blitz Fury tank should probably be setting off alarm bells, because in everyone's mind, hey, hold on, if you're blitzing and you're Fury, that means you can double strike their HQ. This is setting up for things like disgusting OTKs. This is, how is this not buffs just reprinted? That is a good question, honestly. So this card on its own is fine, in my opinion, since a 2/3 tank is okay stats for 2. Unfortunately, I mean, you're never going to be playing this on 2. You're always going to be playing this on at least 3. And if you're trying to take advantage of Blitz and Fury to get into the front line and double hit something, it's like you're playing this on 5, since it's 2, 3 into the front line, 4, 5 to hit their base twice. So are you okay playing a 2/3 tank on 5? Probably not. That said, the shenanigans that exist with buffs do exist. So are you going to see people pivot from buffs to this, to then, hey, you can drop Kangaroo Transport, you no longer need to have as many combo cards, you can, buff this instead, you can play, the USACE, you can play Land of the Free, operate this for 0. Okay, is there going to be OTK possibilities with this card? Sure. Are those decks any better than they are now? I don't think Valentine really changes the equation there on its own. And the reason I say on its own is I will save a full review for, I think, the thing that actually makes this busted for later. But by itself, I think this card is fine. I think it'll have a place in its own deck. I'm giving this a 3. I don't know. I'm not sold on the Blitz Bond deck being a thing that is like tier 1 competitive, but they are certainly trying to push a sort of Blitz mid-range package. Whether or not they're successful, I'm not sure. I don't think it will be, but if it is, Valentine would be a key contributor to that deck working out. So, next card that we've got on the list is the Polar Bears. So the Polar Bears is a 2-cost, 1-op, 1/3 British infantry. It, again, has Bond. I hope you see a theme. Bond is heavy, heavy, heavy in Britain this time around. And it has Fury, so another double striking unit. Its deployment gets +1/+1 for each British infantry you deployed last turn. So this is a bit awkward in my opinion. I think the payoff here usually is that this is going to come down. Ideally, this comes down on 2 as a 2/4. And are you okay paying 2 for a 2/4 Fury infantry? Sure. Uh, if you work really hard, does this come down bigger? It can. If you've played multiple infantry, now this comes down as a 3/5, maybe a 4/6. I mean, there's some cooking that you might be able to do with this, but I think that this is pretty slow. And honestly, lots of times, unlike the Valentine, where this has impact when it hits the field, getting a +1/+1 buff for excuse me, for playing infantry is a heck of a lot less effective than getting blitz, especially on a tank with Fury. So usually this will come down, it'll be okay, and you didn't really get a whole lot out of it. It is a little unfortunate, in my opinion, that this is something where, you know, you've got better cards, I think, to play on 2. And if this is coming down later than 2, you're really throwing out a lot of infantry that are probably really low cost late in the game, and those aren't going to be doing a whole lot. So I think this is a 2. This is pretty much a draft card. In draft, it probably does something, maybe at 2-for-1s in the early game. But otherwise, I think this card's pretty mid. Probably the worst British common that we've seen so far. Because I think the worst British common is reserved for this one. So Combined Chiefs of Staff is a 6-cost order that says your British and US units get +2/+3. This card is far, far, far too slow for a order that, you know, provides an okay buff. So are you okay paying 6 if this hits 2 units? Absolutely not. Paying 6 for a total +4/+6 buff is not worth it. So you need at least 3 units on the board to get +6/+9. That starts to be worth it. Unfortunately, doing your turn 6 that's not anything proactive, that requires you to have a significant board presence already. This is a gigantic win more card that, in lots of cases, if you're that far ahead already and you're playing a 6-cost card, you should be closing out the game. It shouldn't be, I skip my turn to buff my stuff even further. I think this card is garbage. There's absolutely no reason to run this unless you are desperate. Maybe this is a one of in draft as a high-end thing if you've just got a bunch of units, or if you've somehow you've drafted Brewsters and you need something that, you know, helps you hold the board later in the game if it gets there. I don't know. Under no circumstances take more than one of these in draft, since it would just clog your hand and probably kill you. So moving on to the next one. So London Irish Rifles. So we're now in the uncommons for Britain. So this is a 2/1 infantry. It is a 2/4. And it has the text that says, when you play a card with Bond, deal 1 damage to the enemy HQ. So we obviously just went through all of the commons with Britain, and you saw basically all of those had Bond. So this might trigger, like, oh, okay, hold on. If I'm playing a bunch of those cards in this sort of British, you know, mid-range Bond deck, well, this pings the HQ quite a bit. And I'm not going to say you're wrong, but it does seem to be slow, and the payoff seems to be not quite there. Now, a 2-cost 2/4 body is pretty darn good. But is this something that's really going to be threatening? Probably not. There doesn't seem to be a great way to deal multiple potential triggers with this, unlike with something like Commandos, where having multiple orders in a turn was very easy to do. Having multiple Bond cards in a turn requires you to be playing a lot of low-cost Bond cards, which comes with its own set of issues. Because there's a good chance you're going to be triggering Bond on yourself, so you might be dealing damage to yourself as much as you're dealing to the HQ, especially if your opponent realizes that you're just trying to burn them out somehow with London Irish Rifles. They're going to kill it. So does this see any play? I don't think so. I think people are going to try to cook with this. I think it'll ping the HQ a couple times, it'll die, and would you put a 2-cost 2/4 deal 2 to the HQ in your deck? Maybe, but probably not. So I think that as far as things go, you'll sometimes see this in draft. It's got okay stats that you'll be comfortable playing on 2, and maybe it plinks for 1 or 2, but overall, I think this card's pretty mid. Unlike this next card. So the next card here is 2 cost. It's called the Land Girls. It is an order. It is bond, draw 2 cards. So this card is, I think, so Convoy currently is a British order that costs 3, that draws 2 cards. This costs 1 less, has bond. So first off, that shows what 1939 seems to be rating bond at. So they're effectively treating bond as a 1 cost discount, since this is literally the exact same text as a 3 cost card. So if bond is a 1 cost discount, we'll sort of keep that in our minds in the future as we move forward and look at other bond cards to see, like, hey, would you actually play this if this card didn't have bond but it cost 1 more? So we'll file that away for later and evaluate this one instead. This card seems insane. 2k draw 2 is nuts. Even if you are bonding yourself, I think that the ways that bond is going to work in this expansion is either you lean into it, where you make a deck that has significant bond presence, but you go in with a battle plan that you will not trigger bond more than once or twice, maybe. And you're going to be having a lot of units on the board, you're going to be fighting for control of the board, and you're going to have a unit-centric deck that basically plays around the fact that these units have bond on them, and you're using the sort of tempo advantage from playing higher statted units that have bond to offset the fact that all of your units do have bond. The other type of thing that's going to happen, I think, is that people are going to be playing bond decks, people are going to be playing non-bond decks, and they'll splash a couple bond cards that they are totally comfortable saying, hey, this card is powerful enough that it can ping me and I don't care. I'm just going in with the expectation that this card is hitting me for its bond cost. That's where I think this card sits. So obviously, in any sort of British deck where you're playing a lot of British units, you slap this in, it replaces Convoy, no questions asked, and you don't even look at the bond cost. Or you don't even look at the fact that it has bond on it, because you're expecting that you're going to be having units on the board and avoid bond. The decks where this will really impact things, in my opinion, are the decks where you look at this and you say, I'm going to read this card as draw 2 cards, deal 2 to myself, and never put any other bond cards in my deck. Because that's what this card would then average to if this is the only bond card that you have. So, first time you play this, you take 1. Second time you play this, you take 2. Third time you play this, you take 3. What this effectively does is this treats this card as a 2k, draw 2, deal 2 to your HQ. Would you do that in your deck? Absolutely. There are a significant number of decks that would 100% take a card like that and no questions asked, auto-include it, and just go in with the expectation that this is going to hit me for its bond cost, and I'm going to build my deck in such a way that this is the only card that will hit me for its bond. With that said, I think this card is a 5. I think this card is nuts. The amount of draw that this provides is insane. Convoy is a card that already sees play in basically anywhere you can shove it into, and this is something that, does it have some amount of penalty? Sure. Is that workaroundable? 100% of the time. This card seems outstanding. And this is weirdly in a position where I don't know how 1939 could ever change this. Because you can't make it more expensive, you can't change the number of cards that this draws. Any sort of nerf that this card would get is basically going to make it unplayable. So I think we are stuck with this card as it is printed forever until it rotates. So get used to this, you're going to be seeing it a lot. Next uncommon card, we've got the Baltimore Mark III. So this is a 4-cost 2-op bomber. This is a 3/4. And with a deployment that says deal 3 damage to an enemy unit if you deploy British infantry last turn. So again, we've got the sort of British infantry combo that's triggering for a future turn. This is, surprise, surprise, a card that doesn't actually have bond on it. So first time we've kind of seen that for some of these British cards here. This card's weird, in my opinion. So I think some of the closest comparisons to this, in my mind, are something like Schutzen, for example, where it's a 4-drop, you target something, you deal damage to it, and you're really only playing this if that damage is enough to destroy it. Now, obviously, this isn't a fight effect, so it doesn't deal damage back to itself. Deal 3 is an unfortunate number. That is usually not a good breakpoint on 4, especially, where this maybe clears a smaller card and it leaves you, unfortunately, a kind of average bomber on the board afterwards. Um, I think as far as things go, having damage. If this said deal damage to an enemy and you could maybe target the HQ, maybe this would have a place as a finisher in like a burn deck. I think as it stands, this is something that it is okay. It is not great. It having a deployment effect like this it's fine. And I think that rates it at a 3. I mean, this is something that you'll definitely see this in draft. I think dealing 3 is much more significant there, and having bombers on the board for that is usually something that will have to require a response from an opponent that's a lot trickier to do in draft. I in more of a constructed situation though, this seems like an edge case of an include, and maybe you splash it if you're playing one of those decks and you just need something that provides a little more reach. Especially if they're infantry heavy, they're going to have a hard time interacting with the opponent's backline sometimes. So having a bomber that's being guarded is something that, okay, maybe that's a little more useful. But overall, I think this card is fine, but not great. Next card we've got is the Hampshire Regiment. So this is a 6 cost, 1 op, 3/7 British infantry. It, again, is bonded. It has guard, and it has deployment, develop convoy, fortification, or interception. So it seems like every major nation in the game is getting one of these cards where they are getting a full a deployment effect that's pick one of 3 orders, and each of those orders has a different thing that it is targeting. So there's a full cycle of these that are coming to the game. I actually think the British one here is one of the better ones. So I obviously was just talking through Convoy. Convoy is a 3 cost, draw 2. Convoy sees a lot of play, and it's a good card. Even if all this card did was just said, generate Convoy, I think that would be pretty good. But this actually gives you options as well. So this also allows you to generate fortification. That's a 3 cost, heal your HQ for 7. Or interception. I think interception is the one off of this that is probably the worst one. Because interception is counter target order that targets a unit. So it is I think almost always you're going to be generating convoy, you're going to be developing fortification. Maybe if you want to generate one of the other two and bluff that you generated interception and make things awkward for your opponent, but I'd say 99% of the time, if this comes down, I'm assuming convoy or fortification is what they generate behind it. So I think these sort of Swiss Army knives are good from a game development perspective. Random develops are something that's very awkward. If you've ever played Hearthstone, you've sometimes seen that a lot, where they really leaned into develop a random spell, develop a random 3 cost card. Having something that is a specific, develop one of these 3, allows you to put this in your deck with the expectation that you're probably going to say to yourself, hey, 99% of the time, this is going to develop one of these 3 cards, and there will be edge cases where it develops one of the other 2. I think this card probably most of the time develops Convoy, and then maybe like a third of the time will develop Fortification if you're playing something that's like an extremely aggro or burn deck where you're just like, hey, the HQ health is getting kind of low. I don't really need the extra card draw. I just need to live, and let them sort of run out the clock, right? I think almost never you're going to be developing Interception. That being said, this comes down on turn 6. 3/7 stat line is okay. 3/7 stat line as a guard unit is pretty good. I think if this is coming down this late in the game and you are including this in your deck, you are probably going to have pretty chunky stuff that is going to make sure that this doesn't come down bonding you. I don't think that this really fits in the British sort of more aggro bond list that we saw with Valentine. I think this is more of a control card, and in that sense, I think this actually fits pretty comfortably in the deck. I think most of these Swiss Army cards, I think, fit it at the 3, where most of the time you're going to look at this card, you're going to say, hey, you know what? Maybe I splash that. Maybe I put one in. I don't think you ever include a full playset of this. I think these cards are really impactful for people who are new players to the game. I know that I would have loved stuff like this when I was just first starting out. Um, and I think these cards are good. I think that obviously, hey, this isn't ever going to win you a game. This is just a good back pocket, like Swiss Army knife. Like, I'll include this. It'll provide an answer some of the time. And okay, you know, again, this is pretty good. And something that's like, you're never going to build a deck around this, but we'll definitely see it. Next card. So we're on to the British specials now. So we've got the Middlesex Regiment. This is a 1-cost, 1-op British infantry, 1/3 guard, adds a garrison to your hand. I think this is a very, very straightforward card. I think this is the kind of thing that, unlike the excuse me, the earlier British 1-drop that we saw that was the bonded 1-drop, I think this is a heck of a lot better than that one is. The 1/3 guard stat line is, hey, this is great on 1, slows down aggro, adds a garrison to your hand, which also, hey, throws down another 0/3 guard. So this is a cheap British infantry, triggers the British infantry effects probably early in the game. This manages to stick around for at least a turn, so you're avoiding bond. Later in the game, this is kind of ass. This comes down as a 1/3 guard and probably just gets cleared. But you're still getting the British infantry trigger effect. I think that this card is going to be something that is meta dependent. I think this will never hurt as a 1-drop. I think even if you aren't playing the British infantry cards or the British bond cards, if you need a 1-drop, you're going to be comparing this to Welsh Guards. I think I like this card a little bit more than Welsh Guards for most of the situations where you're just including a 1-drop to make sure you survive early game. I think this is another 3-cost card. I don't think this is setting the world on fire, but I think frequently you'll look at this and you'll say, hey, you'll be scrolling through your collection and just say, okay, I need something where, gets on the board early, is a little difficult to clear, answers some level of aggro, and I think this would be something where you're like, yeah, okay, I'm comfortable with this. Next card is the King's African Rifles. So this is a special. It is a 3-cost infantry. It's 4/4, 1-op cost, with a deployment that says choose a unit in hand, give it +1/+1 in bond, or +3/+3 if it has bond. So first things first, never, ever, ever be in a spot where you are doing the +1/+1 in bond. That's a garbage exchange. So +1/+1 in bond is not worth it at all. Where this card is cracked is the +3/+3 if it has bond. So remember how I said Valentine OTK was something that you should have in the back of your head, and people are probably going to be worried about. This is the card that would make that happen, because suddenly, instead of playing a 2/3 Blitz Fury tank, you are playing a 5/6 Blitz Fury tank. And if you happen to have some way to, get the second King's African Rifles on it, it's okay. We're now talking about, an 8/9 Blitz Fury tank that's coming down. This is a card that, in my opinion, what this does is it makes 1939 consider every single bond card that they will print from here on out, and they will need to look at it and say, is this overpowered if it gets King's African? Because one of the things that keeps unit buff in check in this game is that you have to hit units on the field. Those units then need to operate. Unit buffs can tend to be kind of slow. They are able to be answered. They are able to be suppressed. There's a lot of things that will remove units from the board even after they've been hit with buffs. So similar to things like enchantments in Magic, you are making one unit a very, very big target. And in order for those to then work out, those buffs have to be pretty chunky. Now, for stuff like this, where King's African buffs the card while it's in hand, there are very, very few things that have hand hate. The only nation that really does a lot of it is Germany. Otherwise, there's cards like Punish or Sabotage, but those are few and far between. So, if you have hand buff, the vast majority of nations will not have a way to interact with it. So, whatever you are buffing in your hand is going to hit the board buffed. Most of the time, you're going to be hitting something that's Blitz. Adding +3/+3 to a Blitz unit is scary already, and unfortunately, they have printed stuff that is very, very good to get hit by this. I think this card, if you are playing in that deck, this card is an auto-include. This is the thing that will take that deck over the line. If this card didn't exist, I think Valentine would be fine, but not great. Because this card does exist, Valentine becomes something that is a potential world ender. This card is nuts. I really, this card design kind of annoys me because of how uninteractive it is. If you played back in the day of Hearthstone with hand buff Paladin, you can know how wildly frustrating it is to know that your opponent is building something up in hand that you cannot do anything about, and it is going to come down and truck you. And unfortunately, this card also has pretty good stats on 3. So it's not like this is coming down and they're wasting their turn 3. It's like, no, this is coming down and it's a 4/4. So is it... I mean, this card seems insane. The only reason this isn't a 5 is because this only goes in decks that have bond cards. Again, you do not want to be in a position where you're hitting something that is non-bonded in your hand, because +1/+1 in bond is garbage as an exchange. All right, so we're gonna move on from this to the next special here. So it's a 4-cost British Order. Forward Observers is the name of the card. Deals 2 to all infantry, all enemy units, and if you deploy to British infantry, draw a card. This is seems like a pretty solid clear. So Britain seems to be getting pretty frequently these cards that are a clear, and if you have something else, they do a bit more. So I'm thinking wave after wave where, hey, if this is the second order, instead of dealing 2, this deals 4. Blockade, which, hey, if the top card of your deck is a Navy card, this deals 3 instead of 2. This card is 1 cheaper than that since it's only a 4 cost, and it deals 2, and if you deploy British infantry, draw a card. So this card, we've seen a significant amount of British cards that generate you low cost, very cheap infantry. I think that you are pretty easily going to be able to fulfill the if you've done this, draw a card text on this card. So with that in mind, would you play a 4-cost order that says deal 2, draw a card deal 2 to all enemy units, draw a card? I think 100% of the time you would. The only thing that I think this is going to be a little bit hamstrung by is that it's going to be awkward for some of the decks that they're trying to introduce, where unfortunately there's the gap between putting stuff down on the board, having the infantry, and then having this card on 4 to clear stuff out of the way. Ideally, you're playing this on 4 to actually wipe the board, but that means then that you've kind of slowed down your own tempo to get rid of the board, and your enemy has now gotten an extra turn to then replay stuff. So maybe you'll be in a position where you don't actually want to play this just because you want to keep your stuff, like, you want to keep that tempo. You don't want to take your turn 4 off to draw a card and hit stuff on the board. I think this card is a 3. So obviously board clears are always going to be powerful in draft, especially. So 100% this you would take this. You love seeing do damage to the board. In a more constructed format, this is going to be wildly deck dependent. And from a meta perspective, it's like, hey, this does a pretty good job dealing with aggro, because naturally dealing 2 to everything is pretty good anti-aggro, and you probably don't even care if you draw the card, honestly, at that point, because you're slowing the opponent down. Against anything other than aggro, I think this is a little awkward to use. Fortunately, it cycles itself, but playing a card because it cycles itself is not a great spot to be in. So I think this is perfectly fine as a board clear. I actually think that from a design perspective, this is pretty well designed. And I think that, I think you'll be in a position where, maybe this is a 38th, 39th card that you decide to slap in a deck. Next card, so get into the elites for Britain. So we've got the Pompadours. So this is a 3-cost, 1-op, 3/5 guard. So the stat line here is outstanding. And this says, while this is in hand, your HQ gets 1 defense every time you play a card with Bond. The stat line here is amazing. The effect on the card is kind of garbage. And the reason I say that is that Bond, this seems a little counter synergistic with what you want to do with Bond cards, because this wants to stay in your hand. Bond wants you to fight for the field because it wants you to be playing things. And we're going to see this actually a lot more with Germany later, but this has some weird counter synergy with that, where you're going to be in a position where you might say, well, this is the non-Bond card, so I don't want to play my Bond cards, or I do want to play my Bond cards with this in my hand so that I can get the HQ gain, but if I don't throw this on the board, then the Bond will trigger, which will damage me. So this maybe offsets that, but most of the time I feel like, hey, you're going to have this, you might get a couple defense out of it, and then you play this on 3, and it's just a good body on 3. Now, the question is, does that fit in a deck that is going to be playing a lot of Bond cards? And I think the answer is weirdly no. We saw a lot of the British Bond units, and they seem to be definitely leaning more towards an aggressive mid-range with big finishers from King's African Rifles. If the Bond deck for Britain ends up being a good deck, I feel like this slots in just based off of its stats, and it doesn't slot in because it's a very powerful effect. Because if you're going to be more aggressive, do you really care about the HQ healing? I don't think so. So I think this card, honestly, I gave it a 2 because it seems a little weird. Would you include this? Yeah, probably. Are there going to be cards that you're going to consider including over this? 100% of the time, because, I mean, the effects just seems kind of mediocre at best. So you're just playing this because it's kind of good stats on a stick. Maybe that's okay in the short term, but I could very, very easily see this getting effectively the boot as soon as you have anything that's comparable that actually has a better effect. I think this card is only okay, and it just seems to kind of be at odds with the rest of these Bond cards that they've printed. So I think the survivability and longevity of this card is going to be highly dependent on what happens with the next expansion. Because if we start to see more control-centric Bond cards rather than this sort of aggressive mid-rangey Bond, this card suddenly shoots up. If we see more of these sort of aggressive Bond cards get printed, I think this gets even worse. So time will tell. Right now I feel like you're playing this for its stats because the stats are pretty good. And that's kind of where it ends up. The next elite is the RAF Mustang. So this is a 3-cost, 2-op fighter. It is a 5/4 Blitz Bond fighter. As if Bond wasn't enough, it also has the non-British tax, where it says non-British cards cost 2 more. And draw a card when the enemy targets or attacks this unit. This card seems outstanding. So obviously the initial reaction is, okay, you've got a Blitz fighter. It comes down pretty quick, so you're probably playing this on 5. You're not playing this on 3 because you'd be kind of wasting the Blitz. So this comes down on 5, hits something for 5, forces a response from your opponent, and that response causes you to draw cards. So the immediate comparison is, okay, compare this to something like Machi, which people are playing just as a high-end finisher, hits HQ for 5. That comes down multiple turns later, and doesn't have the upside that this card does. Obviously, it has a little more health, but if you're playing it as a finisher, then you don't really care if this is a little weaker. The other thing is that this pairs so nicely with King's African Rifles that you King's African Rifles on turn 4 or turn 3, and this comes down on turn 5 as an 8/7 Blitz Fighter that draws you cards when the opponent targets it. This seems absolutely cracked. This is a card that seems like it will be just an auto include in basically any British deck for any reason. Hey, this is good if as a finisher in a more aggro-centric deck. This is good in control to put pressure on your opponent. This is just across the board, you slap this seemingly wherever you can fit it. And I have... This should be a 5-star. I didn't mean this to be a 4-star. I think this card is outstanding. If anything, the only reason that this would be a 4 and not a 5 is just because of the non-British tax being significant. There may be times where this is awkward for you to play if your hand is significantly... If you are playing a full Secondary Nation playset where you've got a full 12 cards and your hand is... You've got the RAF Mustang and then you have a bunch of US cards. Okay, I mean, are you going to play Mustang? Yeah, you're probably going to still throw down Mustang. Are you maybe going to regret it on your next turn? Yeah, probably, but you're still going to be in a position where worst case scenario, if your opponent doesn't clear this off, you can trade it and then play your hand if you are in a very desperate scenario with it. But most of the time, you're going to make your opponent clear this off and draw you cards. So yeah, this should be a 5. Ignore the 4. I think this goes everywhere. And I mean, definitely one of the all-star elites that we've seen in this set, period. Next card is a 5-cost order for Britain called National Service. For each British card in your deck, you give it +2 defense if it's a unit. Otherwise, you reduce its cost by 1. We're swinging hard from RAF Mustang, which seems like an auto-include basically everywhere. And now we're going to a 5-cost order that seems very much not that way. So, National Service, we're actually going to see quite a bit of these. There's a significant amount of work that 1939 did towards doing things that affect cards in your deck. Now, I assume that the goal here is that if you're playing cards that affect things in your deck, the goal here is to potentially try and slow the game down. So that if you are making it so that you are seeing more and more cards of your deck, that the games are going to go longer, they're going to go later, they're going to be... the design intent is that cards as a whole will get less aggressive. Will that work? I don't think so, honestly. And that leaves cards like this in an extraordinarily awkward spot. Now, obviously, if you are playing this card and then you are 10 cards deeper in your deck and you've, drawn 5 units and 5 orders, all the orders get their cost reduced by 1, all the units are +0, +2, cool, great. It's paid for itself, awesome. Unfortunately, I don't think that's a situation that you're going to be in. This card, much like a lot of these deck buff cards, I think is garbage. This requires you to effectively skip your turn 5. Turn 5, probably one of the more important turns of the game, because that's when you start to see real power cards come down. So you're effectively saying, I'm skipping one of the more important turns in this game to make my later turns better. How many turns need to pass until this pays off is probably a good question, and something that you need to be considering if you are actually playing this ever in a deck. And that is an awkward question to answer. I think absolutely best case scenario what you're looking at is you play National Service on 5. On 6, top cut of your deck is Land Girls. Great. It's now a 1 cost, draw 2. You play Land Girls. You draw 2. Both of those cards have been buffed by National Service. Maybe it's a unit and an order, 2 units, something. Okay, you can maybe play both of those units there. Maybe you're playing some of those cheaper bonded units. Maybe you're playing RAF Mustang and you're saying, cool, great, my RAF Mustang that I just drew comes down, it's got 2 more health, it's now a 5/6 that I operate, and awesome, I'm feeling real good. Like, I have drawn a couple cards, gotten a little bit of a buff, it's a bit cheaper, your opponent now attacks or targets the Mustang. Mustang causes you to draw cards. Those cards that you've drawn have been buffed by National Service. It's now your turn 7, you draw a card, you've now drawn maybe like 4, 5, 6. Thank you, TL Kelly, for the follow. So it's now turn 7. You've drawn 4, 5, 6 cards, best case scenario, off of National Service with those buffs, and maybe it's now starting to pay for itself. This is a card that puts you in a very, very awkward spot, because we're talking absolutely best case scenario with some of the most cracked cards that we've seen in this expansion, and only then, 2 to 3 turns later, is it really starting to be worth playing this card. Are people going to cook with this? I think so. Should you craft this to cook with this? Please don't. I do not see it. It seems like something that is just a trap unless this meta for this game slows down significantly. If it does, if we're talking about games that last to turn 20 on average, where you're gonna be able to actually take advantage of this, come back, change this rating, go for it. But that requires aggro to basically not exist in this game, because this is a dead, dead, dead card against anything that is vaguely aggressive. So, moving on to Germany, but first, Britain as a whole. What do we think? So, I think that the British cards as a whole are actually looking pretty good. 1939, I think, did a pretty good job introducing a significant amount of bond cards, but making the sort of bond mid-range British deck something that's worth playing. I think one of the most important things that we'll be looking at as this expansion goes is how good is King's African Rifles, because I feel like that's the card that will make that deck tick. If King's African Rifles is good enough to make that deck work, it'll be the reason why. It'll make Valentine outstanding, it'll make RAF Mustang even better than it is, and then maybe you slap some of those other bond cards in there just on the off chance that you need to play King's African, and you might as well use that buff on something else. Maybe it makes Lay Force a 5/5. Cool. Like, that's something, but ideally you're hitting one of those 2 cards, either the Valentine or the Mustang with it, and nothing else. The question then is there enough cards to make that deck work alone? I'm not sure. And I'm not sure if there is enough yet. I think that probably you're going to have people cook. It's going to be something that we see probably in this sort of tier 2 range, where kind of similar to Brewster's, where, hey, this is a deck, it's on the edge of viability and needs a little more support maybe from the next mini expansion, and we'll really start to see it jump up. So it's something to monitor. I don't think it's quite there yet, but I think they did a good job laying the groundwork for some pretty interesting deck and card designs here. So we're going from a nation that I'm excited about to a nation that oh man, there's a lot to talk about for Germany. So let's just jump right into it. So Germany, so first card that we're looking at here, so for commons for Germany is Tactical Retreat. This is a 1 cost countermeasure. When a friendly unit is attacked, send it to hand before damage. I'm just going to skip to the end. This card's garbage. I think countermeasures as a whole are something that act as a bit of a noob trap. But once you get caught by one once, you'll start to play around them. I don't even think this card's very good as a thing you need to worry about playing around. I feel like you're paying a credit and a card to extremely untempo yourself. And if your opponent has any ability to play around this, they're going to. and you are not going to be happy for it. Um, I I don't see how this ever really sees play. I don't even, this isn't even a good draft card in my opinion. You're gonna see this, and it's gonna be one of your 3 slots in draft, and you're going to kick yourself if you need to take this. Next card is the SDKFZ 250/9. So this is a 1/2 German tank, 1 op cost, and its card text says it gets +2 attack until end of turn when you draw a card. So what this means is that if you play this on 1, your turn 2, you draw a card at the start of your turn. This becomes a 3/2 on your turn 2. Cool. If you have anything that causes you to draw cards, this can pretty quickly scale and ramp up. And I think obviously what a lot of people, the dream that people see is, okay, I empty my hand, I have SDKFZ on the board, I play Enigma. The opponent has 9 cards in their hand, I draw 9. This becomes a 19/2 tank that I can then hit my opponent for. The dream, if you want to try to make that happen, all power to you. That's probably not the use case. The more realistic case is that this is something where you're playing this. I know people were talking about, oh, maybe I play this with Finland and I play Prolonged Siege, which, draws 4 cards, and this becomes a 9/2. That is an interesting. Are people going to cook with this? I think they are. Is this really any good? I think lots of times the answer is eh. I think the problem is that Germany already has some pretty darn good 1-drop tanks, and this seems kind of convoluted if you're in a position where you're planning around drawing cards with this to trigger this effect multiple times. If you're drawing just the 1 card and you're always treating this as a 3/2, cool. That is a tank on 1. You're never going to complain about a 3/2 tank on 1, but it leaves it open for your opponent to clear. And on their turn, this drops down to a 1/2. So this needs to be something that you punch your opponent with and then expect for it to get cleared for basically no cost to your opponent. So this is either trading up into a unit or hitting their base super hard on your pop-off turn. Are people going to cook with this? I think so. Are people going to quickly realize that maybe there's better things that you could do with Germany? I think also, yes. So I think this card is a 2, honestly. I can see it seeing some amount of play. Are you going to be sad to draft this? Probably not. I think this is a card that, you probably don't want a full playset. Having 4 would be way too many. Late game, this comes down, basically gets cleared, and you're very sad. But I think it's fine. Moving on to the next one, we've got the 74th Panzer Grenadier, and I think there were a significant number of Panzer Grenadiers in this set, so we're expanding the number of German Panzer Grenadiers in the game. So this is a 2-cost, 2/3, German infantry. It's 1-op, it has Blitz, and it has Bond. And this is the first of a series of these we will see, where the deployment is send a friendly unit to hand, gets +1/+1 if you do. So 1939 has decided that the thing that they're going to try to push with Germany in a significant way in this set is they are going to try to make it so that Germany does a lot of self-bounce effects. And this is the first card that we'll see with this. There are several more. I guess, okay, technically we saw the countermeasure, but you're never really, you're not targeting that. That's not something you should plan for. So we've got this guy. So 74 Panzer Grenadier. So obviously Blitz on a body. Okay, 2-cost, 2/3. Blitz is pretty good. Bond makes this awkward because it does require you to then have something on the board, unless you want to bond yourself. And then you're bouncing that thing to hand. So obviously if you're bouncing something, and this is coming down on turn 3 as a 3/4 with Blitz. Okay, 3/4 with Blitz is playable. And that is a card that is kind of at rate. It seems fine. The awkward part of this is that you are untempoing yourself pretty hard with this card. So sending a friendly unit to hand is something you only want to do in a situation where, okay, here's a card, it's, maybe it's been injured and it's down to 1 health, and if I bounce it and replay it, it's in a better state. unfortunately, bouncing things to hand sets you back potentially a significant amount of tempo. And if you are bouncing things to hand that are very cheap, okay, sure. Like maybe you have a one drop and you bounce it to hand and you play this and then play the one drop. Have you lost that much tempo? No. Are you really getting much out of that? Also, no. What you've effectively done in that sort of scenario is you've made this a 3 cost, 3 cost, 3/4 blitz infantry. What? Okay, that's fine. I mean, good for you, I guess. And if you're bouncing stuff that's even bigger, like say you have got, I don't know, 108th Panzer Grenadier, the one that converts a unit on the board, and you say, hey, the deployment effect for 108 is really, really good. I want to route and retreat another unit on their side of the field, so I'm going to drop 74th Panzer Grenadier, bounce 108 to my hand. Is that good in a heavy, heavy control meta? Potentially. It requires you to then pay. I'm sorry, 108th Panzergren got nerfed, if I remember correctly. Isn't it 7 now? So you've got a 7. Oh, hey there, Red Sun. So you've got a 7 cost card that you are bouncing back to hand to then replay to trigger the routed troops and retreat effect again. Maybe that sees play again in a super, super heavy control meta. That might be playable. Are we going to see that? I don't know. And unfortunately, this is something that I covered it a little bit with the British order, which is like if you're in a meta where you're talking, hey, these games are lasting till turn 20 or later on average, cool, great, maybe the whole self bounce thing will actually be worth playing, but as it stands, I don't see how this is, honestly. I've got it in here as a 3 just because it's like, okay, like are people going to try to cook with this? Yes. Is this something that provides cheap bounce? I suppose. Is this something that you're going to see in draft? Yeah. I mean, it's not a terrible draft card. I mean, having effects that trigger in draft is pretty good. Like, you generally don't have that many, like, you know, super impactful cards in draft. So, like, playing around those to try and trigger them more frequently, okay, but maybe that sees more in that just because the decks are not as well, you know, rounded in draft. But I think overall, like the reaction to these cards that are doing the self bounce, people are thinking of like the Disneyland use case of like, I am maximizing my credit efficiency and my opponent is doing nothing except for the part where your opponent is doing stuff, and like destroying your tempo is so bad. So if the meta supports it, this card will be decent. If the meta doesn't support it, this card is garbage. Okay, so I'm sorry. We're gonna see these a lot, and just put that in for every single one of these ones that we're gonna see in the future, like this one. So Second Front is a 4-cost bonded German order. Remove a friendly unit, return it at the end of the next enemy turn, and duplicate it. Okay, so this is interesting. So at least in this instance, this is something that isn't returning it to your hand, so you don't have to replay it. That's good. This does leave some really awkward turn situations open, because effectively what this is doing is, so you're getting something out of the way of your opponent. Maybe you want to do that if you've got something that is a unit that is pushing for the end of the game, so a very high damage, low defense unit. You don't want your opponent to be able to trade into it. So if you've got something like, I don't know, say you've got a Henschel on the board and it's like a 4/1 because it traded up, and you're saying, well, okay, let me get rid of my own Henschel. My opponent wants to trade into it. I want my Henschel to survive because I want it to hit HQ. I want it to clear off a unit, a big unit from the opponent on their, whatever they're playing on their turn. Will it make their turn awkward? It will, because they'll know that, hey, he's going to have both the Henschel that he bounced and a second one coming down that he's duplicated. Okay, cool. Like, that makes the opponent's turn very, very awkward to play around because they know what's happening on your next turn. Unfortunately, the way that this seems to operate is, well, okay, you've paid for, you've removed your own. Again, we'll stick with the Henschel example. You've removed your own Henschel. Now the thing that your opponent was going to spend their turn removing is gone. Guess what they're going to do? They're going to punch you in the face. It's like, all right, cool. Well, you've got a turn where I guess I can need to deal with those Henschels the next time around. So instead, I'm just going to spend my turn hitting you. If you're in a position where you can just tank it and get the HQ damage dealt to you, and hey, those units that are coming back are going to win you the game, awesome. Unfortunately, you're gonna more often than not be in a position where you don't want to play this card because you don't want to get rid of your own stuff for your opponent temporarily. So I'm not sold on Second Front. I think Bond on this card is really weird. So this is going to be one of the ones where if we looked at, I always want to call them the Bond girls instead of the land girls, so you'll have to excuse me. The land girls, we saw, hey, 1939 is rating Bond as like basically a 1-cost savings off of the card. Would you play Second Front at 5? No. Are you playing it at 4? Probably still no, but it's more playable. But what's awkward here is that with Bond on this, most of the time, you're going to want to remove something that's already sat there for a turn, so Bond's not going to trigger. If Bond does trigger, that means that you've played something this same turn and then played Second Front on top of it. Second Front is a pretty expensive card to be doing that, so again, let's go back to the like Henschel example. Or let's say you're playing, I don't know, Maki, and you slap Maki, blitz their face, Second Front the Machi. Cool. You've now got 2 Makis coming down next turn, but that was your whole turn. Do nothing but hit your opponent in the face and then get rid of your own card. That is awkward. And also, in that case, you've bonded yourself. So I think that it is very, very infrequent that you will ever be playing this in a way that Bond triggers. If you are playing this in a way that Bond triggers, you are setting yourself so far behind that it's insane. I think people are going to try to cook with this. And I think there are probably going to be games that you do win because you've managed to Second Front the game-winning card, get it out of the way for your opponent's turn, it comes back on your turn, you smack them. Great. More times than not, I feel like this card sits dead in your hand, and you are sad you included it. Under absolutely no circumstances, include 4 copies in this deck of this in any deck. I don't know why this is a common. Do not include 4 copies. Next card, so 43rd Infantry Regiment. So we've got another common here. So 4 cost, 1 up, German infantry. It's 4/5. It has Bond. So kind of awkward stats, honestly. This is pretty standard stat line. So to slap Bond on this is kind of weird. So you'd hope the effect is pretty good. And the effect is interesting because this says at the end of the turn, draw the top card of your deck if it's an even cost card. Oh boy. So Germany has very, very small amounts of... Historically, I was not around for this. I've only been playing Cards for about 5 months now. I know for a while, Jet Prototype, which is discard cards of your deck, it gets cheaper to operate if you discard even cards, was something that saw a significant amount of play, and then it kind of got nerfed, if I remember correctly. As far as I'm aware, that is literally the only card prior to this expansion that does anything with even cost cards. So, 43rd Infantry, on its own, its stat line is kind of garbage for Bond. I don't think that you would ever play this unless this text line is something that triggers pretty consistently. So the question is, how much do you need to draw to make this worth it? Okay, so would you pay 4 cost for a 4/5 infantry, potentially bond yourself, and draw 1 card? Well, maybe. I mean, paying that to cycle is like you've kind of played a pretty mid-infantry, you've maybe triggered Bond, and it cycled itself. That's not going to ever see anything, right? So, okay, well, in that case, so we're probably looking like, okay, the target here is to draw at least 2 cards. That's when it really starts to pay off. Like, this becomes like a lot of pressure, right? For your opponent to clear this. Okay, well, if you're drawing 2, you really want to guarantee that your deck is even. So you don't want this to be in a 50-50, like if you go in with just like a standard deck construction, you aren't really paying attention at all to card costs and you're just trying to build a natural deck that has a good curve to it. Okay, then this becomes flip a coin. If it's heads, draw a card. That's not worth playing. If you've specifically built your deck in such a way that this guarantees draw on at least one turn, and ideally you're able to protect it and draw two, then this sees play. On its own, I think this card is a 2. I think if this card got printed with no other support, that this would never see a field. I don't even know if you would necessarily... It's like, maybe you draw this in draft, or pick this in draft just because it happens to be sometimes card draw, and sometimes that's all you need in draft. On its own, this is very now, the one thing that I will say is that if you build a deck around this, one of the things that is it is both interesting from a deck building perspective and interesting from a playing perspective, is that if you're playing a deck around this and the other even cost cards, then you're going to find yourself on turns where, say it's turn 2 and you have a 2-drop in hand and you have this. Well, do you want to play your 2-drop on 2? Or do you want to try and save it to play it on 3 to avoid the bond impact? You're going to have the awkward like gap turns of odd cards where, do you want to save things to avoid bond damage is going to be something that you have to consider. Because normally in a standard deck with a pretty average curve, you drop your 2-drop, you drop your 3-drop, you hope your 3-drop sticks around, and you can drop your 4-drop with bond. You don't have that if you're building an all-even deck. So you have 2-drops and you have 4-drops. Do you want to play your 2-drops on 2 for the most tempo? Do you want to play your 2-drops, save it until 3 to avoid bonding yourself? It's going to be obviously dependent on what the game state is, like what your opponent's deck is doing. But I think it is an interesting, both from a deck building perspective, deck construction perspective, and deck playing perspective. So we'll see. There is an elite that I think will be the defining factor of whether or not this card sees any amount of play at all. We'll talk about that in a minute here. But first we get to the uncommons. So Kettenkrad. Kettenkrad is a 2-cost German order. This says send a friendly unit to hand. German units everywhere get +1 attack. Unlike the one that we had talked about that is a 2-cost bounce to give that unit +1/+1, this card seems pretty darn good. Buffing everything everywhere with an attack point is something that, if you're playing this on a 1-cost order, you aren't setting a 1-cost unit, you're not setting yourself that far behind in tempo for a pretty significant buff. I think it's really interesting that there's a significant amount of cards in this expansion that are focused on, hey, everything in your deck gets buffed. Everything in your deck gets buffed. Everything in your deck gets buffed. And the Germans, for some reason, get your German units everywhere get buffed. I'm not really sure why this card specifically got units everywhere versus units in your deck. But it does make this card significantly better. I think this card is... I think this card is really good. I actually think the send a unit to hand, like, you're never really going to care about saving the unit. You're always going to be playing this on a unit that is super cheap to deploy. I don't think that you play this in the German self-bounce deck. I think that you play this in a very aggressive, like, Heinz deck with lots of tanks, lots of blitzing. This can get pretty spicy. I feel like people are going to be upset that Blitz Doctrine left the game and this is coming in. Because while Blitz Doctrine made beefy tanks harder to deal with, what this is going to do is make aggressive tanks harder to deal with. Because trading into them is going to be difficult. Because usually they come down, like a lot of the Panzer 1, Panzer 2s are like 1/3s. So they've got Blitz, they've got Smokescreen, they maybe have Shock or something else to try and offset that, but they don't have a lot of attack value to them. So, okay, you can trade into them pretty comfortably, and they need to get buffed some other way to really be impactful. This is the other way. Um, and it's pretty cheap for a good effect. I think that people are going to cook with this, and pretty quickly we're going to see, there is something here that is dangerous. Again, I don't know why this is the special card that got units everywhere, um, rather than units in deck. There are cards later that we'll see that should have gotten the Kettenkrad text, in my opinion, in order to be playable. Yeah, we'll move on for now. So next uncommon is the 27th Fusiliers. So this is a 2-cost, 2/4 infantry, 1-op cost. So pretty good stats. It has bond and shock, so you are paying air quotes with bond. When a German unit enters your hand, reduce its cost by 1 to a minimum of 1. So this is entering your hand through any means. So if you bounce a thing to your hand, if you draw a card, if anything returns it or retreats it, so just a German card gets into your hand, it gets cheaper to deploy. I think that this card is a good, not great card. I think that this is a card that you'll see people try to include frequently just because it's pretty easy to have some level of payoff with this. And 2/4 is a good stat line. So going back to the whole Kettenkrad question of, hey, if you have this, you Kettenkrad something that's a 1-drop tank. Okay, cool. You now slap it down for 0, and you effectively did no amount of tempo loss. In a deck where, you're more of a control deck, you could drop this, you make things a little bit cheaper to have a good pop-off turn in the future. Those decks maybe aren't playing that much in the way of units, but it makes you able to respond a bit easier. Hey there, Django. Nice to see you. Also with shock, it does make it so that, hey, this can trade pretty comfortably into aggro cards. So this, if your opponent wants to clear this as an aggro player, you're suddenly talking about 2 for 1 at least, maybe 3 for 1, unless they're playing Rush, which they probably are, let's be honest. But so yeah, I think this is a good card. I think that this will be something that you absolutely do see. I don't know if you play a full playset of this, and I think Bond will sometimes be a little awkward. But I think that this is something where, this is a cheap card that does force a response from your opponent, and I don't think you're ever going to hate having this around. Next card, we've got the 92nd Infantry Regiment. This is a 5-cost, 1-op German infantry, 4/5, with bond and shock again, so same kind of thing as before. And this is the second in this sort of range of, hey, you deploy this, you drop it, you get to select one of 3 orders to play. The German orders, as opposed to the British ones, in my opinion, are quite a bit worse. So in Britain, we had the options of Convoy, which sees a lot of play, Fortification, which sees some amount of play, and Interception, which sees no play at all, basically. The German orders that we get are Eagle Claws, which sees no play, Sky Baron, which sees pretty much no play, and Tactical Strike, which sees basically no play. So these are orders that almost never get included in decks by default. That said, I think these being able to be developed off of an infantry card are very interesting, because these, as opposed to the British orders, which were, okay, you have some card draw, you have some HQ, health regen, and you have Interception, which tries to counter an order and, whatever. This one is just blow stuff up. Awesome. So I think out of these ones, so Eagle Claws, you'll need to give me a second so I can make sure I'm getting this right. I think that Eagle Claws is deal 2 to the whole back line. If I remember correctly. Let me double check real quick just so I'm not misleading anybody. One second here. Where is this? We've got the card reveals. I know folks did a good job of linking all the affected cards. Okay, yeah. So Eagle Claws is a 3-cost order, deal 2 to everything in the support line. Sky Baron is a 4-cost, destroy an air unit, draw a card. And then Tactical is 3-cost, deal 2 to a unit, 4 if it's in the support line. So this is blowing stuff up. So it's either blowing up wide, blowing up very targeted, or blowing up an air unit. I think that, again, similar to the other sort of all of these sort of, how do I phrase this? All these Swiss Army knife cards are all going to be okay, but not great. I feel like. I feel like this one. Whoop. I feel like this one. Whoop. Apparently, I forgot to give this a. There it is. There it is. So this one, again, I think I'm gonna give it a 3. I think this is the worst one, if I'm gonna be honest. So maybe this is more like a 2.5. But I think this is something where, especially if you're a new player and you're coming in, having targeted removal on a stick is something that you're gonna like. And I feel like in draft this is gonna be good. Having something that can generate responses based on what you need is going to be useful. And having a pretty good shock card, cool. It helps protect the front line. But in comparison to the British one, I think this is definitely weaker. All right, next card that we've got is Panzer IV-J. So this is a 6-cost, 0-op tank. That's 4/5. It has Blitz on it. And it has the text, increase the operation cost by 1 after this unit attacks. So I was around for a very, very brief amount of time when Zerstorer, which is a 4-cost fighter, 0-op, 4/4, has the same text on it. It didn't have Blitz, which is definitely a significant difference. Okay, first off, can we all just appreciate Blitz Doctrine is gone before they introduce this card? Because, my god, if they printed Panzer IV-J and Blitz Doctrine was still a thing in this game, woof, that would have been brutal. This coming down as a 0-op 5/6 or 0-op 6/7. Oh god, I don't even want to imagine. As it stands, I think this card actually is pretty decent. So Zerstorer saw quite a lot of play as sort of a high-end finisher, just because it forced a response, because otherwise it was very, very efficient to just start hitting things for 4 damage. That obviously came down a turn earlier, or technically it came down 2 turns earlier, but because it didn't have Blitz, you couldn't attack till turn 5. So its effect on board wasn't really felt until 1 turn earlier. This, as a tank, is, I think, a little bit more awkward. Fighters seem like a better card to operate than tanks do, just because they're able to stay back to sort of protect themselves if you're able to hold the front line. That said, I feel like this card, I mean, I don't see how you don't see this pretty frequently. This seems like a good card. Like, in an aggro list, you play this, and this is your high end as a finisher. In a control list, you can play this. It starts to put pressure on your opponent. In a mid-range deck, like, this sees some value, can trade things off with it pretty easily. I mean, this just seems like a solid limited card. I'm glad this is at limited, because this does seem like a pretty good craft for folks who are, coming in with a new deck. Like, this seems to fit in enough places pretty comfortably that, okay, like, this will be around for a while, and you're gonna be happy that you have this. The one thing that I'm a little worried about this in is when you start getting this with Kettenkrad, and this comes down beefier, and if you're playing this as the high end in like a Heinz deck where it buffs German tanks, this coming down with Kettenkrad buffs on it on a turn where you're playing Heinz is a brutal, brutal finisher. So I think that that's going to be something that we just have to keep an eye on. But I don't know if it'll be quite enough. That deck may already have enough power that maybe you don't really need to worry too much about this, and this will just be the high-end finisher for it. But it's something to keep in mind that whenever you have something that operates for free and is getting buffs before it ever hits the board that you've already paid for, that's when you have to sort of worry a bit. Thank God this doesn't have Bond on it, because otherwise you could hit it with King's African Rifles. Yay! Going to the next, so over to German specials now. So Dornier Do 17Z, so this is a 3-op three cost 2 op bomber. That's 2/4. Uh, with the text that says once per turn, gain 2 credits and draw a card when an undestroyed unit leaves the battlefield. So this is interesting text. So just to clarify, undestroyed unit leaving the battlefield can be anything that gets a card off the field that isn't dealing damage to it. So if you have something that retreats to hand, if you have something that is any of the what we had seen before with like the leaving a battlefield and returning, this causes you to gain some credits and draw a card. So this will be, how good this card will be wholly dependent on how much you see that sort of bounce synergy happen. I'm coming from a space of like Magic the Gathering where things like bouncing to trigger enter the battlefield effects is pretty strong. I'm not convinced that it's as good in this game, just because in Magic, when you have enter the battlefield triggers, things enter the battlefield and immediately trigger again. So that would be the equivalent of having deploy effects to trigger a second time if you had something get removed from the battlefield and return. Because that doesn't happen in cards, I feel like the whole bouncing synergy is a little awkward. So the question will be, okay, if self bounce is okay, not great, where else would this see play? I mean, this also triggers on things like the Japanese like Sendai and Tokyo Regiment that like removes things from the field. So maybe you see this in a sort of like aggro control list where you're playing this and playing very, very cheap things to get stuff out of the way, in order, and then, you know, you keep that sort of credit tempo going. I don't think you're ever really paying to operate this. Just two costs to deal 2 damage is so you're basically paying 3 to get this effect on the board. I think people are going to try to cook with this. Unfortunately, I'm not sold that it's going to be worth the slot in a deck. I think the stuff that it does is cool but slow, and you don't really want cool but slow in an aggro list. But in a control list, are you really worried that much about trying to maintain tempo and card draw? I also don't think so. So I just feel like this doesn't quite have a home for what you're paying to include this in there. Because I think the opportunity cost is what's going to get you, rather than the text on the card being bad. There's just going to be, seems like there's just going to be better stuff to potentially include. I'm gonna try to squeeze this in for sure, but it seems like it's just going to be awkward. All right, next card we've got is Night Attack. So this removes the unit from the battlefield, then returns it with Blitz and Shock, and then sends it to hand at the end of the turn. Okay, so this one is, a lot of people are going to look at this and say, oh, isn't this just kind of like Rapid Engagement? I think Rapid Engagement is the 3-cost German order that returns the thing to the battlefield with Blitz, basically. Sort of. So this one is a bit awkward. So you return it with Blitz and Shock. So basically you're paying 3 and you're clearing something from the board with whatever you cast this on. It then bounces to your hand. That bounce to hand is the thing that I feel like is extremely awkward. Because what this means is that you are removing a unit, buffing it, so that it can trade in a way that is very friendly to it, but then removing it from the board anyway. I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure why you need to care about the first remove from the battlefield trigger. Okay, let me take that back. I do understand why it matters, because obviously for something like, let's say you're playing DO17Z, removing a unit from the battlefield immediately triggers this once per turn effect. So this triggers immediately when it removes from the battlefield. Note that because it's a once per turn, it then doesn't trigger on the second half when it bounces it to hand, because that's the same turn. So you get those 2 credits, you draw a card, then it comes back, Blitz and Shock, you hit into something with it, and then it bounces to hand. I think that lots of times what this does is this basically counts as this effectively becomes a 3 mana removal for an enemy card that then removes something of yours from the field. And I don't feel like that is a card that you really want to play in your deck. That seems very awkward. I think that this is something that maybe you see this. I mean, this seems like maybe it's fine in draft, where it's a slower format that's less constructed focused, or it's less focused than constructed decks are. And okay, if you're playing this in that sort of setting, then maybe this is something where it is worth it. Unfortunately, I feel like people tried to cook with cards like Rapid Engagement, and it didn't really go anywhere. And this seems like a slower Rapid Engagement. I'm not convinced that this will go anywhere. This obviously has some weird. If you want to cast this on an opponent's card, it can bounce that card to hand. Teal Kelly, you've got it there, where you can use it as a pseudo removal. I think that's a little awkward and a little slow. But it does provide some level of, hey, you can use this in sort of an unusual situation. But if you want to remove enemy units, you have better options as removal. It just gives you some flexibility with how to use this card. I think the one thing that's interesting is I think there's Japanese cards that we'll see later that this does actually trigger twice on, which is interesting. Whether or not that deck is any good, we'll see. I'm not convinced. But maybe with some support, if this sort of deck gets some more support, it might see play. As it stands, I'm a little iffy on this guy. All right, next one, we got 40 Panzergren. So I think, do we have one more Panzergren after this? I don't know. They added a lot of these in these expansions. So we got a 4-cost 1-op infantry. So it's a 2/3 blitz bond. So kind of continuing the stick bond and stick blitz on a card theme. It sends a unit to hand, draw a card if it's friendly. So this is again what is the closest comparison that I thought of when I saw this card is something like Wolves for Poland, which was the convert a card to routed troops, draw cards if it's a friendly unit. Because it's something that allows you some flexibility for some of your control cards where, hey, you can impact the enemy's board. You can also draw things if you don't need to impact the enemy's board, but you draw on your own targets. I think this is another card that it is in my opinion unfortunate that this is bonded. This seems like a really understated infantry, so the effect has to kick some ass, and bounce a unit doesn't seem like it's good enough to really do that. If you're bouncing a friendly unit, you're setting yourself pretty far behind on tempo with a pretty expensive card, honestly. I guess fortunately, if you're bouncing a friendly unit, that means the bond isn't triggering. If you're bouncing an enemy unit, then okay, 4-cost put a pretty mid infantry on the board. Effectively, this body is like you're paying 2 to bounce an enemy unit. Are you willing to do that? Yeah, sometimes. Is it any good? I'm not sold. I've got this one as a 2 as well. I think this is something where, again, if there's a deck where you've got really heavy control, maybe this fits in the sense that it slows down an opponent. But I don't know where else you're playing this. And I'm just not, I'm not sold on all the self-bounce stuff, honestly. I'll talk about it at the end when we get through all the German cards, but I'm just not quite there with this combo yet. All right, on to the German Elite cards. So we've got Front and Homeland. So this is a 4-cost German order. So this draws from your deck on turn 4 and reduces the cost of German cards with odd cost in your deck by 1. This is in my opinion, a very, very interesting card. So my understanding is that this does not replace your turn 4 draw, that this is in addition to your turn 4 draw. I could be wrong. Feel free to correct me there. But that basically turn 4 you draw this and you draw the normal card that you would draw on turn 4 from the top of your deck. guaranteed draw on specific turns is crazy, crazy powerful. I actually wish there were some other elites that we're going to go see in the future that had this same text, because it would make them way better. Basically, what this allows you to do is guarantee that you are playing this on 4. So no matter what, this comes down on 4. And if you're putting this in a deck, this is coming down on 4 100% of the time. If you're building a deck with this in mind ahead of the game, you are going in with the expectation that this is an even deck. I'm playing this card on 4, no questions asked. Like 99% of the time, unless I'm playing against like crazy aggro that will kill me if I don't. So I feel like if you've got this in your deck, your turn 4s are going to be Front and Homeland or the German board clears. And those are kind of your turn 4 plays. Crossfire, thank you. I'm drawing a blank on the name. So with that in mind, how good is this card actually? So I think this is very, very interesting from a deck building perspective, because suddenly this idea of this German evens only deck opens up the field to say, okay, well, actually, instead of playing evens only, let's play almost entirely odds, and then we get those cards at 1 cost cheaper than what they were. So how many cards in your deck need to be odd for you to want to play Front and Homeland to make it then worth playing? I would say that if we're looking at this in the same context of, okay, if you're just playing with a deck that has if you take a normal deck with an average curve that's like basically 50-50 odds and evens, is this card worth playing? I'm not sure. I think you have to go in with the expectation that this is hitting a significant amount of cards. Now, with that in mind, what else I think need to also have some expectation that you are not making a fully odd deck out of this. You are playing this in a deck where you're still probably playing Jet Prototype, so those are even cards. This is an even card. You're playing this, I assume, with the 4-drop that draws cards if they're even. Those are even cards. You're including Crossfire. Those are even cards. So very quickly, if you start to include the like good even cards that need to fit in a deck like this, are you going to have enough odd cards to benefit? Maybe. I think this is going to be super interesting to build with. I don't think the deck is going to be very good, but I think you can cook. The nice thing that I will say that I appreciate is that I feel like this deck is going to be interesting, and it will be a deck that people don't get mad to play against. Because I feel like there are going to be German decks, similar to in the past, where people are very frustrated to play against. And that leads us into our next elite. Our next elite is 169 Grenadiers, which is a 5-cost, 5/6 infantry, operates for 1, so it's perfectly fine stats, no major drawbacks, pretty across the board. Like, this is a fine infantry, and the enemy discards a card at random after giving an order. This, I despise this. So, as opposed to the last card that we were just talking through, which Front and Homeland provides the ability to provide very, in my opinion, interesting deck opportunities to build that doesn't necessarily make your opponent frustrated. This is something that just makes your opponent frustrated. This is something that's like, okay, take what's the British card that makes orders more expensive? Blackwatch, Blackguard, whatever it is, that makes units more makes orders more painful to play. Sometimes if the order is good enough, you'll still play it. This might as well say your opponent can't play orders, because you're never going to play an order that causes you to discard a card. Now, the one upside of this is that the text is after giving an order. So if your opponent has an order that kills this, removes it, suppresses it, if this card is gotten rid of. So say your opponent, you throw down 169 Grenadiers, your opponent extended barrages and kills it, you do not discard an order, because this unit is dead before it triggers. So if your opponent has a significant removal, and 6 health is a lot to remove. That's the one thing that I will say is that I'm kind of frustrated this is a 6 health card. I think that this is going to see significant play as a, like, hey, this forces an answer from your opponent. This forces them to have removal, or it forces them to trade into it. And this trades pretty well, because if your opponent does not have beefy removal orders in their hand to play on this, you've effectively blocked them from playing orders. Like, your opponent is not going to play draw. Your opponent is not going to play board clears, because this probably doesn't get board cleared and then they discard. This card seems brutal. I feel like this is or suppression, yeah. So no matter what, this card forces your opponent to have a response, and I feel like this is something that is just going. You're going to have games where this wins you the game because your opponent doesn't, and you're going to have games where you lose because you just don't have the reply, and you might as well quit because you are now so far behind that you are. This is frustrating. And I mean, I feel like the German discard deck is already something that's very annoying to play against. I don't think it's great, obviously, but I think it's just a bad experience. I feel like this just adds to it. I really wish that this was not the direction they went in with some of these German cards. I appreciate the, hey, like, even cost, like, deck construction stuff seems very interesting. Making your opponent just frustrated seems annoying. So we'll move on. Sorry. That's pet peeve. All right, Ace of Spades is the last German elite that we've got. So this is a 7 cost 8/8 infantry. Is 1 op. Deployment deals 3 to an enemy. So it comes down and it's like, okay, it's a pretty beefy body. Comes down, pings something for 3. Obviously, it's turn 7 before you're playing this. So maybe it clears something, maybe it doesn't. Maybe you just shoot their HQ. Sure. And then it sticks around it for a turn and then becomes veteran. When it veterans, it gains guard. Nothing else other than, hey, it veterans, so if you dealt damage to it, it, veterans and the damage goes away. The start of the following turn, all units get bounced to hand. This is oh man, this one's hard to evaluate, I feel like. So basically, this is something that you're making your opponent answer this within 1 turn. Because if your opponent doesn't get rid of it, it will veteran, and then heal itself. And then if your opponent doesn't kill it when it's a veteran, it bounces everything to hand, including itself. So this is a very delayed sort of Leopold effect that your opponent can try and interrupt. And it has some ping when it first comes down. So this is weird to me. I feel like people are going to try to cook with this, and you're going to be in weird situations, because I feel like what's going to happen frequently is you're going to find yourself in a spot where it's turn 7 and you want to play this, but because it doesn't gain guard until it veterans, your turn 7 is pretty weak. And either your opponent will have an ability to focus this down and kill it, or they're going to ignore it and focus you down and try to kill you. Because the thing that's awkward with this is that this gains guard on your turn, or this veterans on your turn, which means that on your turn, if you've already seen that your opponent doesn't want to trade into this, and they've just been focusing your HQ, are you going to want to play stuff on your turn? Because you're going to play it, and it's immediately going to get bounced again. And your opponent is going to play stuff that will immediately get bounced again. So this puts you in a weird board situation where this, if it starts to resolve, gets into a spot where it's like, well, who's got more blitz stuff? Because if your opponent is playing something like the let's say they've got Panzer IV-J, right? And they're just going to blitz it into your HQ. Well, that's kind of a bummer, isn't it? So this is weird to me. Obviously, this has some like really strange, like, technically this can slow kill your opponent if they don't have a good way to deal with it, because every time it comes down, it deals 3. So maybe this is a very endgame finisher where it's just like, hey, your opponent has kind of run out of resources, and this is just slowly wrapping the game up. But at that point, I feel like you've probably won anyways. I've got this card as a 2 for now, because I feel like, again, this falls into the, hey, I feel like people are going to cook with this. I'm not convinced it's any good, though. We'll see. This one to me is very strange. And I'm very interested to see what this looks like. Okay, so before you go to Japan, thoughts on Germany? I have some. First off, I hate discard synergy. I can't believe that they're continuing to print that. Um, the second thing, I'm going to talk about it now just because it's relevant, is it is interesting to me. So, okay, context. I'm coming from, I'm usually a Magic player. Magic sets are between 200 and 300 cards when they have a big expansion, right? So you have a lot of cards that come in with a new Magic set. This set is about 100 cards if you count the 87 that are coming in the expansion, and I think they're unreserving like 20-ish, maybe a little more with some of the reserves. So about 100. So this is 1/2 to 1/3 the size of a normal Magic set expansion. And the reason I bring that up is that in Magic sets, so okay, for those of people who, if you've never played Magic, Magic has 5 colors in the same way that this has 5 maiden nations. So there's comparable levels of separation between the colors that you see in Magic and the nations that you see in Cards. But what that means is that in a Magic set, there are 2 to 3 times as many cards that come out for each color as there are cards that come out in Cards for a set. It is interesting to me that in a set that the keyword that they are introducing is bond. And bond wants you to hold the board because it wants you to keep units there in order to not trigger bond effects. In that same set, they've decided that what Germany wants to do as one of their features is bounce things back to their hand. And that's very strange to me because it's like these are directly at odds with each other. It's not like there's like non-synergistic, they're like specifically counter-synergistic. You're telling me at the same time that I want to return cards to hand, I also want to keep stuff on the field? That doesn't compute, right? Like, I feel like what I had discussed before about the even cost deck building component, and I think is interesting with Bond because it provides you some kind of odd play space where it's like, do you play an even cost card on an odd turn to try and avoid the Bond effect on the next turn with an even cost card, which potentially delays you actually playing the card? I think that's interesting. It's not completely counter synergistic. And the reason I brought up the Magic thing is that it is weird, or it's not uncommon for Magic to have multiple things that come into the same color that might have counter synergy with each other. But there are so many cards that come in one set that can be supported. I'm not convinced that there are enough cards that come in a single card set for that to be supported. If you are printing something that is counter synergistic, it seems like that is you're just going to have cards that just don't ever see play until more support gets printed later in the future, or they will never see play, period. So I'm a little disappointed that there's so much counter synergy within Germany with self-bounce and bond. I honestly think I would have preferred if they went in the direction of like, hey, if you guys want to do like weird deck building stuff with like even cost, odd cost, like cool, great. Like that seems interesting. Doing this in the same set as bond with self-bounce is gross. Anyway, on to Japan. And Japan, we're starting off with a banger. I'm a dirty aggro player, so I take that back. I play aggro. For a while I did the what was it, Japan France Mill, so you can all be mad at me, I know. 106 infantry regiments. They 1 cost, 0 op, 1/3 Japanese infantry that when it gets deployed it pings an enemy for 1. Not at random, it is targeted. And if it's destroyed on the opponent's turn, you add a copy to your hand. This card, I'm just going to cut. This card seems cracked. I think that this card is, the fact this is a common is great. You're going to just craft these. I feel like you can stick them anywhere. They seem like they would do good in aggro because they're a 0 op infantry that your opponent doesn't want to get rid of because you just get it back in hand. This seems like it would do good in control into aggro because, hey, paying stuff for 1 and then is survivable to trade up. This card seems outstanding. Genuinely, like, I'm excited to craft these and stick them where I can, because this just seems powerful. And I also think that this is actually pretty good with the bond cards because this is so sticky. Because this is something that if your opponent realizes you're playing a bond deck and they start trying to clear your stuff, it's like, do they really want to clear this? Because it's coming right back down again. So I think it sticks around and is a good, prevents you from getting bonded. this card's a banger. 10 out of 10, no notes. Um, Next one, kind of not a banger, in my opinion. So Volunteer Corps is a one cost order with bond that removes a unit from the battlefield until end of turn. So this one's interesting. So I think that, so like I discussed before, low cost bond cards are need to either go in very specific decks, or they need to have like very like powerful effects for their cost when they hit the field. And I'm not convinced that this does. So the one thing I will say is that it seems like Japanese bond cards that are these, I think that the place that this goes is aggro, because just removing an enemy unit from the battlefield for your turn, because I don't think you're bouncing your own stuff with this. I think this is targeted on enemy units. Removing it until the end of your turn basically says, hey, I'm going to try and remove a unit that is protecting your HQ to swing for lethal. So I'm going to try and get rid of guard just temporarily. Is that enough to see play? I'm not sure. I think there is enough Japanese cards that you already play in an aggro list that function as removal, that having something that is only temporary removal is not, I don't feel like it's good enough. I think that right now you see like the TK with surprise attack to kill stuff. You see commit the reserves. Rush obviously gets a lot of play as like a secondary card in those sorts of decks. So you almost want stuff that just straight up kills things. You don't want stuff that temporarily removes stuff. And would you play this outside of an aggro list? I don't think so. Django, I think you've nailed it. Where it's like, if you're playing a non-aggro list, like say you're playing some of the like a heavy Japanese air deck or something, because it seems like something that they're trying to push with this. You have better cards. You have Kyoto Regiment. You have I forget, is Sendai still around? You have other stuff that removes things that is more permanent than this is. Yeah, I'm not convinced. I think this card is a 2. Might you see people include a copy or 2? Maybe, especially if some of those better removals start to get rotated. Then you might have to have like 1 or 2 of these to like temporarily remove guard to get into the HQ. But as it stands today, I don't know if this fits anywhere. On the bright side, I feel like bond doesn't really matter for this card. I feel like the decks where you're throwing this in, there's going to be units on the field. If you don't have units on the field with aggro, you're losing the game anyway, so it doesn't matter if this is bonded or not. Next thing, Kofu Regiment, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, is a 2 cost, 2/3 infantry, 1 op cost. So this has bond, it has fury, and it has guard. And it has a destruction effect that says deal 1 to the enemy HQ and give yours 1 defense. And we're going to see a couple of these. It seems like they, in the same way that they kind of tried to push like a British sort of mid-rangey deck, it seems like they're kind of trying to do the same thing with Japan, where they're trying to push this sort of like slow burn almost with destruction effects. However, I think this card is awkward. I think this having Fury on it is weird. I don't think this is really something that you're going to be like frequently double trading with, right? Unless you're playing like an extremely aggro list and, you know, okay, they put 2 15th infantry in the front line and you double trade both 15ths. Sure, okay, maybe. But I think that's not as common as most of the time you're dropping this on 2 and it just kind of sits there and trades into one thing eventually, maybe. And Fury was kind of a waste and Guard was kind of useful. So the fact that this is bonded and I feel like you're paying for that Fury, or you're paying for that Fury as part of that bond cost is kind of frustrating. I'll be honest, I'm not convinced about this one. This just seems so awkward. That you're kind of just playing like a normal, like a 2/3 guard infantry for 2 is just a normal stat line, and the destruction effect is pretty piddling. just pinging for 1, healing for 1. I don't see it, honestly. And I feel like Japan has better 2-drops for any situation. Like, even if you're counter control, like, I feel like I always forget the name of it, but the 1-drop 1-3 or 1-2 blitz with +2, well, it has shock on it. Seems like a better aggro card and a better like counter control or better control, and just kind of across the board, like, I feel like there's better options than this one. Next one is IJN Shirakumo. So this is a 2-cost Japanese order, pin target unit, and if it's pinned already, remove it instead, and your HQ gains 2 defense. So the important thing here, so you look at this, and okay, it basically is the surprise attack text, right? Except for it is a remove, not destroy, which does matter for some of those other cards that we've seen that, like, if a unit gets removed from the field, that unit doesn't have a way to come back. So this is the equivalent of exile in Magic. Like, it's out of the game forever. It was never destroyed, but it is gone. So where this comes into effect is as instead of something like surprise attack that destroys a unit, this doesn't trigger destruction effects because the unit just goes away rather than gets blown up. So destruction effects are things that certainly some decks use and like to trigger. However, is that enough to really rate this card? I'm not sure. Surprise attack is already a card that is cheaper and does not see play. It sees play because it's attached to the TK, so you effectively get surprise attack for free. Surprise attack does not go in decks, and this card, I think, is going to fall into the same fate of, I don't think you're ever actually going to be playing this in a deck. This being a Navy card, I don't think really helps it. I think that people might look at this and say, oh, well, if you have Makura and you have Shirakumo, Makura pins, Shirakumo kills. Okay, sure, technically, yes, you're correct. What are you really gaining out of that? I don't think enough to make it worthwhile. And are you really going to have, like, Navy payoff not on having multiple Navy cards in a turn, because the Navy payoffs are mostly once per turn cards, so you don't really want to be playing multiple Navy cards in a turn. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there would be other places where this would fit, and I'm not sold. I feel like this is just kind of awkward to stick in places. Are you really going to play this over any of the other cards that you could have instead? I don't think so. I don't think this has a place. And if you have this in draft, this is just kind of bad. You don't really want to take surprise attack in draft. You really don't want to take this. Your HQ gaining 2 defense isn't going to move the needle for me. Yeah. Next guy. We've got Sapporo Regiment. So Sapporo Regiment is a 3-cost, 3/3 infantry with 1-op. It gains +1/+1 and a random combat keyword when an undestroyed unit leaves the battlefield. So, random combat keyword, I know we covered this at the very beginning, but they've sort of made a bucket of keywords that they are now calling combat keywords. Oh boy, let's see if I can remember them all off the top of my head. We've got ambush, blitz, shock, guard, heavy armor. There's 7. Fury, and smokescreen. There we go. So, random combat keywords is something we'll talk about a bit more with the Sylvia deck, because they are very heavily focused on that in this expansion. I don't think random combat keywords are very good. Let's just off the rip. I'd say most of the time, flip a coin and a combat keyword doesn't do anything for you, or you don't care about it. Then the other part of the time, like, hey, this combat keyword might help. So there are usually 1 or 2 good ones that you want to see, 1 or 2 that you're like, these are fine, I suppose. And then some handful that are just like, this is completely pointless to have. So a good example would be something like, you play this on 3, and then on 4, an undestroyed unit leaves the battlefield through whatever means. So, I don't know, Tokyo Regiment, something out of the way. This becomes a 4/4, and it gets blitz. Great. Well, you've already played it in the past turn, so it's completely wasted the combat keyword. That doesn't help you at all. Or it gets smokescreen, and then you're like, well, I wanted to move this up into the front line anyway. Great. Doesn't help you at all. Um, so where does this leave us? So this effectively, this provides some additional payoff to the removal from the battlefield effects. Is there a card? So I think the closest comparison to this is something like Kure Regiment, which was the shuffle, and this becomes a 0-op. In the sense that this is a card that on its own is pretty middling, but it provides some additional payoff depending on what you can do with your deck. And you can build your deck around it. And I think people tried to make Kure work. I think this is going to be the same thing, where it's like people are going to try to make this work in the deck that does a lot of removal, because this happens to be a secondary payoff for those removal effects. But I think similar to Kure, there's going to be better stuff to put in that deck that isn't kind of shitty if you don't get the payoff. And okay to good if you do get the payoff. I maybe you stick this in a couple copies. I don't think you're ever playing a full playset of this. Maybe this has some place in draft, depending on how frequently you can get those undestroyed effects. I don't know. Maybe this has some sort of place in the German-Japan like bounce synergy deck. But still, I'm not convinced, honestly. Next card. So we've got a 3-cost Japanese order, Drive into the Sea. This is a bonded order. It removes the unit from the battlefield. At the start of the deck's turn, returns it to hand. So this one's interesting because this is like delayed removal that then bounces. So obviously you can play this on both your stuff and the opponent's stuff. So if you play this on an opponent's stuff, you've effectively removed something from the field. So this is basically a superpowered version of the superpowered version of the 1-cost bond that we saw that removes until the end of your turn. This removes and then bounces it to the hand on the following turn. So if you use this on an opponent's card, it gets rid of it, and they can't immediately replay it because they don't have it yet. So you bounce the thing, it kind of sits in exile for a turn, and then comes back. So would you play this on an opponent's stuff for 3? Maybe. Doesn't make the cut in aggro. Again, I think you're seeing an issue of a 3-cost order is expensive for an aggro list. Almost always you want to play stuff that is cheaper than 3. Like, you don't see something like Extended Barrage in aggro, for example, which is, hey, technically it's 4 cost, but it's 2 cost 2 turns in a row. Because that is too difficult to play. Like, you'd much rather play Rush, which is 4 damage for 1. I feel like if you are kind of taking the turn off, air quotes, to remove something from the board, that's not a winning strategy for an aggro list. If you are playing something that's more mid-rangey or more control, do you really care about temporary removal? Usually you're going to have better stuff to be removing cards with, even if it's more expensive, just because you'll naturally have the credits to spend, right? Which then leads to the question of, okay, do you want to remove your own stuff? And I don't think you ever want to pay 3 to temporarily remove something of your own to return it to hand. Even something like, you play Anne, hit face, bounce to hand to try and rescue it, air quotes, as a like pseudo comet, I guess, and then play it again on your next turn. I just don't see it. I don't see it. It seems like it is an expensive card. I don't know why this has bond. Let's just go with that. I mean, as we saw with Land Girls, 1939 is rating bond as basically a 1 credit discount. Would you pay 4 for this? No, I don't think so. I don't think you pay 3 in bond for it either. I don't get it. I really don't. So moving on to the next one. So this is the 151st. So this is a 3-cost 1-op 2/3 Bond Shock Infantry for Japan. This is the Japanese version of the develop. I don't know what you want to call it. The develop chain that they're introducing in this set. So this one is develop amphibious assault, develop expansion, or develop for prosperity. So amphibious assault is, I believe, let me double check. That is the yes, it is the 3 cost. Destroy an enemy unit has 3 or less attack. Expansion is the 1 cost if you control the front line, draw 2. And for prosperity is 2 costs, give Japanese units +1/+1. I think this one, as far as power level, sort of slots in the middle between the British and German cards. This one is more of is closer to the Swiss Army knife. Of it gives you 3 cards. Those cards have wildly different effects. Amphibious Assault removes things. Expansion draws you cards. For prosperity is a small board-wide buff. I would say 99% of the time you're probably using this to develop expansion. Expansion is very good, and you'd rather draw things that you want to be in your deck, because almost never do you put Amphibious Assault or For Prosperity in your deck, so those cards are worse, probably, than anything that you've included in your deck, so you'd rather draw stuff out of your deck that you've specifically included in there, rather than generate stuff that wasn't good enough to make the cut in the first place, right? So most of the time, this is a 3 cost, 2/3 shock, put an expansion in your hand. Is that worth playing? I think so. I think this does see some play. I don't think this is good enough to make an aggro list. However, I do think this is good enough to go into any sort of non-aggro, just as an ability to keep generating some level of card draw. I think it is nice that this has shock, because it allows you to sort of clear the way to then get something into the front line to then be able to use expansion. I think that is one of the issues that expansion tends to have is, hey, you kind of get stuck with expansions in your hand. You have no ability to take the front line to actually play them, and that's kind of a bummer. I guess in that situation, it's nice that this has other options where if you have other ability to generate cards where it's like, hey, I know that I'm stuck out of playing expansions because I cannot take the front line from this guy. Okay, I can get something else instead. That's nice, but the cards that are something else instead are definitely worse significantly than expansion. So I mean, similar to the rest of the cards that are the Swiss Army knife cards, I think this slots in at a 3. I don't think this is not going to win anybody games. This isn't like an auto include in things. I think this is nice to have. I think for new players, this is great. I think this is very good to have as like a, hey, like, I can include this. It allows some level of what's the right word? I guess skill expression, I suppose, for new players, because I feel like frequently new players for this game, you will have a deck that you'll have, and there aren't that many choices that you're making with it, and you either win or lose, and you don't feel like you actually contributed to the game. I think this allows you to have some level of consideration and almost take ownership of the decisions that you made in a game, where it's like, oh, like, it provides a point where you can look back and say, oh, I really should have taken that other card instead of the one I took. I think that is an easier touch point for new players, especially, to have like points of improvement, than I feel like one of the trickiest things is that because of op costs in this game, lots of times I feel like players can have a hard time evaluating where things went wrong to improve at the game, because it's hard to sometimes evaluate of like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have operated that unit, or I should have operated the unit to like maintain tempo on the board to threaten damage, to like force a response instead of playing something else. That is a bit trickier, and I feel like giving new players an ability to point to something that is maybe a little easier to say like, oh, you know what? I should have taken expansion. I took Amphibious Assault to kill a thing, and that was not the right call. Like, that is a good point of growth to have. So I do like this card. I like this whole set of cards. I think this is the right way to do develops. And I think this is an okay range of cards to get, even if expansion is what you're going to draw 95% of the time. Next card we've got is 9th Guards Regiment. So it's not a Soviet card. It is a Japanese card. I feel like guards are almost always Soviet. So 3 cost infantry, 3/4 bond guard. So it's got the correct stats for 3. So you're basically paying the bond cost for the destruction effect. It's So the destruction effect is basically an enhanced version of Kofu. Kofu, which was deal 1 to the enemy HQ, heal for 1 for your HQ. This is deal 2, heal 2. I think this is actually worth paying the bond. Note that this, unlike Kofu, doesn't have Fury, so it doesn't have the awkward, like, okay, you're kind of paying for a keyword that you don't really want. I think this is a significantly better card than Kofu. That said, I still think it's only a 2. I think this strange, like, slow burn deck, I'm not convinced that you want to be in a spot where you're doing, like, bond burn of your opponent. So as it stands, it's like, this is a fine card. I think that this is good enough to, maybe it'll see some play, but I feel like this deck needs some more support before you really start to run it. And then in draft, this card is fine. I don't think that this is really a game changer or swings anything one way or the other. But I also don't think it's really going to be like a deck that you build around, or honestly even a deck that really is top of ladder. Kanazawa Regiment. So I touched on this a little earlier. So this is a Japanese 5 cost, 5/5 infantry, op cost of 1. So it's a little understated. I feel like that's very, very slightly short of what it would be for a 5-drop. However, when an undestroyed unit leaves the battlefield, you deal 2, heal 2. So deal 2 to the enemy HQ, heal yours for 2. Kanazawa is an interesting card. I feel like this is sort of the card to make this bounce deck pay off. Is it enough of a card to make the bounce deck pay off? Is another question. I'll skip to the scoring. So I'm going to give this a 3. Because if the bounce deck is playable at all, and I don't think it will be, honestly. I think this will be low tier 2 at best, is this sort of like bounce burn deck that you've got going on with Japan, Germany. If that deck is any good, Kanazawa will be a auto include for it. It will need to play a key part. The problem is that as a 5-cost card, it is very expensive to have as the kind of the one payoff for that deck. And awkwardly, it is a payoff that does not pay off the turn it hits the field. This is a card that, in order for it to pay off, has to sit around for several turns to then actually see the, like, okay, now's when stuff gets crazy, is I've got Kanazawa and it's sat around, and now it's turn 6 and I've got 6 costs to spend to bounce a lot of stuff. God, I kind of hope that it works. I don't think it will. I think that this is something where it's like, the dream that you'll have is there, but I don't see it, unfortunately. So I guess, to be fair, to compare this to something like Navy Burn, for example, which has a similar, like, there's really one card that makes Navy Burn payoff happen, and that's the German Marine that deals 3 to the enemy HQ when you play a Navy card. It's like that deck lives and breathes off of whether that card sticks the field, right? The difference is that card has more health, comes down earlier, and generally you've got more self-cycle with Navy cards because of things like Makura. So there is... It also helps clear the board because it has shock. So it's a bit more safe, I suppose. It comes down earlier. It's a little easier to play around, and it just does more damage. Like, I feel like the Navy Burn deck, like, still needs to use, like, Bismarck to have reach to kind of finish the game off and wrap it out, just because, like, dealing 3 at a time, like, ideally you're in a position where you have multiple Marines down, and okay, you're dealing 6 now in Navy cards, great. The problem is that, okay, well, you could actually do that on turn 4 as, Marine on 3, Marine on 4, Makura something, ping for 6. Kanazawa, okay, so on 5 you're dropping this, it doesn't do anything, and then on 6, are you really going to drop a second one? And then it's, even if you drop a second one, you're playing, I guess, then the 1-cost order that temporarily removes something for a turn, or not even a turn, it removes something until the end of your turn, so it doesn't even actually do anything if you're playing the Kanazawa regiments, because, like, you're not actually, like, attacking the face, you're just pinging it, and you're doing that, and then you ping for 4, heal for 4. It's something, I guess. But again, I feel like this is a card that people are going to try to cook. I feel like it is too slow for the deck to really be a good deck. But I think that it can support a deck. I think that deck will need help to see anything greater than to get itself out of like, I don't know, like tier 3 or low tier 2 at the best. All right, next card, moving on to Japanese specials. So the 211th Tokyo is a 2 cost, 0 op, 4/2 Blitz Bond Infantry. This card's a 4 of. You put this in every aggro deck, no questions asked. It is a double size 15th Cavalry, and you put 15th Cavalry in everything. This card's great. It slaps. It doesn't matter that it has bond. If you are bonding yourself and you're playing aggro, you're already losing because that means you have no units on the board. So I honestly, it's like, hey, even if this bond effect triggers a couple times, do you even care? Because you're trying to burn the enemy HQ down, and you're going to run out of card resources before you run out of HQ health. So bond, in my opinion, for like these hyper aggro cards, doesn't even matter. Most of the time it won't trigger. When it does trigger, you don't care. The only reason this isn't a 5 is that I don't know if you put this anywhere outside of aggro. Thanks for following, Django. If you do put this somewhere outside of aggro, that's actually an interesting question. I mean, 4 cost basically hit something in the front line for 4. For 2 is interesting. Definitely clears the way. It can help with, like I was describing before, where sometimes you'll end up with expansions in your hand and you have hard times getting stuff out of the front line. Maybe this can help with that. I think in those situations, it's a little awkward because then you're, let's say you're playing against, I don't know, like Brewsters or something like that. Unfortunately, because this is a 2 health card, it's going 1 for 1, and it's not really a trade you want to make. So I don't know if you really see this outside of aggro. Maybe people will try it out. I'm not sold there, but I still think this card slaps. I still think it's a great card. All right, moving on to Overpower. Overpower. Bleh, excuse me. Wow, let me get some. Turns out talking for hours really gets to you. So Overpower is a 2 cost Japanese order. Destroy a unit with 2 or less attack, and all other units with the same name on the battlefield. So I know the immediate example that people like to point to is the Finnish order. I want to say it's Through the Ice, if I remember correctly, that deals 2 damage and 2 to everything that with the same name. That card doesn't see any play. So the question is, will this see any play? And I think the answer is it is extremely, extremely meta dependent for this. If the US Brewsters deck was a tier 1 deck, this is obviously a very, very good tech card against Brewsters. As it stands, though, I don't think Brewsters is a tier 1 deck, and I don't think it got any help to become one, so I don't think it's going any higher than it is right now, which is kind of like, you see it sometimes. It's like a tier 2-ish deck. So are you going to include a tech card to go against that one deck? No, probably not. As far as other decks that this hits, this can sometimes clear Legions out, but usually Legions are going to be more than 2 attack. We needed this for Commandos. That's true. This would have been a banger against Commandos. Yeah, so like I said, very, very meta dependent here. So maybe this helps with Legions, but I feel like that deck has already kind of started to taper off a bit. And usually those cards, because they'll play Legions and have intel behind them, will be greater than 2 attacks. So you then need to have some way to silence and then overpower. I guess the one thing to point out is that if you... Let's take the Legions example. So let's say that they've got a Legions that for whatever reason, you bounce the Legions to hand, and it comes down just a naked 2/2. And they've got 3 other Legions cards that have all been buffed. So you've got, a 4/4, a 5/5, and a 6/6 Legions, and they drop a 2/2. You overpower the 2/2. It does wipe everything that is named the same. The other named cards do not need to have 2 attack or less. It just kills them outright. This does also kill your units. So if you're playing Japanese intel against a Japanese intel deck in a mirror. I don't know why you would include this, but don't play it, please, because you might wipe your own stuff. Yeah, so I'm giving this a 3. Like I said, as it stands today, I don't see where this really sees play. Depending on how things go, I think this will be something where maybe its heyday comes in the future. And obviously, if, I feel like this. I mean, obviously, the dream here is I feel like, the opponent calms on 1, calms on 2, you overpower, kill both of them. That's not going to happen. But, like, you're going to run into the one person running overpower on ladder with an aggro list, and, like, it will hit you. And you're just going to want to rage quit. But but that's going to be few and far between. All right, next card here. So we've got the Ki 61 Ite. I'm not positive on the pronunciation here. So this is a 6 cost, 6/4 Japanese fighter. It's 3 op. It has Blitz, it has Bond, and it has, again, we've kind of upgraded that destruction effect. So now it is deal 3 to the enemy HQ, heal 3 to your HQ. Oh, what do I think about this one? This one's interesting. I feel like this card. Okay, so the obvious comparison to this one, right, is, again, going back to something like Machi, where people are playing Machi as just a, hey, use this, you punch the enemy's face with it, it is a kind of the finisher end game, and, you try and it just caps the game off. Does this Ki 61 fit in that same mold? It comes down a little slower, but I think that it does. So it is interesting. So the one that I like to compare this to is this is something that's similar to the British Elite, the Whirlwind, right? Where when it gets targeted, it deals damage. Where this is something it's big, it's beefy, it forces a response from your opponent, and even once they respond to it, it still hits them again. The difference is that for this one, it's already hit them once, and they don't want to do it again. So I feel like having this as a one-of, as like a finisher, sure, yeah. You aren't playing this on 6. I feel like you are playing this on 9, or you're not playing it at all. Or, sorry, 9 or above, or you're not playing it at all. Because you want to get that blitz damage in. The question is, will this have a deck that it goes into? Because I think 9 seems a little high for aggro. So is there the Japanese, like, Bond, Destruction, Burn deck? Maybe. That this is the high end for. I mean, I'm giving this a 3. I don't know. I don't feel like this makes that deck on its own. But it is something that is a very interesting potential include, and I honestly think it might be an include for some of, maybe is like Japan as a secondary nation to, again, kind of do the same role that Machi does, where it's just high end, finish the game, like, killer at the very end of the game. Because I mean, if you manage to swing 6 into the enemy HQ, and then they have to, I mean, they've got to trade this off, so you're talking about 9 damage for 9. I mean, we're getting into Bismarck territory, and that's pretty brutal to deal with. The differences, or the one issue will be, if you're playing this as a Japanese secondary nation, the bond damage hits you. Or the bond damage most likely hits you. But I think at that point, you're playing this with the expectation that, hey, if this is the finisher, you don't care if you get bonded for it, right? So we'll see. Next one. So getting into Japanese elites. So 2 cost. Order called Way of Subjects. All Japanese cards in your deck get bond, and your HQ gets +1 defense when you play this card. Okay, so remember when I said Kettenkrad gave all German units everywhere? I don't know why this doesn't. Okay, so would you be okay playing bond, or would you be okay adding bond if it healed your HQ for 1? No, absolutely not. Are you okay paying to do that, to then give that effect to cards? No. And then on top of that, it's only cards in your deck? Absolutely not. This card gets an award. It is the Tide Turns Trash Elite of the expansion. I don't see how this sees any play at all. It's garbage. And I mean, what are you even doing with this? If I could give it 0, I would. This card, I don't know what it is with 1939 where they have to print a trash Japanese elite every time. This one's just bad. I don't know what you would need to have in your deck in order to make this be like playable. But I just don't see it. And the problem is that this is broadcast to your opponent. So as soon as you play this, your opponent is going to go into the mode of, I'm going to just clear their stuff, and they will kill themselves. Because if there's nothing on the board, cool, great. Like, they just keep bonding. Because as soon as you get one bond trigger, this is now doing more damage to you than it's healing. And bond scales so rapidly that if your opponent starts clearing the board, you are going to get to a point where you can't play any units at all out of your entire deck. I don't think there's any card in the game that gives you the point that can get you to the point where you cock block yourself out of playing anything out of your own deck. This is nuts. I want to try to cook with this just to see, but man, no, next card. Key 67 Peggy. So we've got a 5-cost bomber. It's a 3/3 2-op cost. So the stats for this are pretty bad. Let's be honest. However, the deployment effect is remove an enemy unit that has 3 or less attack. So again, we're going back to, this is remove. This is not destroy. So this is effectively exiling. And I think this is actually something that is very interesting. And I realize that excuse me, I'm coming in with some bias here because exile effects are so strong in Magic that this seems pretty powerful. So, I mean, I have this in here as a 4 because I feel like the decks where this goes in and where this fits will love this card. Obviously, like, hey, this is too expensive. You're not including this in control, right? Or sorry, you're not including this in an aggro list anywhere. But if there's any sort of that sort of mid-rangey leaning control Japanese deck that exists, this seems like it is a good card to go in there. And especially if like destruction effects are a powerful thing that you don't want to have happen. Cool, great. Being able to effectively silence and remove, awesome. Again, I don't think this card is good enough to make the Kanazawa deck like a thing. But obviously you would include it in there, right? That does then kind of open up sort of the awkward situation of, if you're including Kanazawa and Peggy in a deck, you're now talking about like, hey, there's a significant amount of my deck that's at least 5 cost. Like, that starts to get pretty heavy pretty quick. So we'll see. But as it is, I really like this card. And it just seems like kind of an upgraded version of the Raiding Party. Obviously, Raiding Party, super powerful. So this seems like a more expensive, hits a bit more stuff. I like the body, obviously, more than Raiding Party because it's a bomber. But, you know, we'll see. Next one. So we've got an 8-cost 0-op. I don't know why I keep saying British. Japanese infantry that is an 8/8 Blitz Fury. Your other Japanese units have +2 attack. I really like Storm Division, man. I really do. So this card seems like it is the kind of card that you can potentially slot this in lots and lots of places. Because I feel like Japanese aggro decks already have some sort of high-end card that they like to play as a finisher, right? So frequently it'll be, I'm drawing a blank. What's the the Russian tank that's, you know, if it takes damage, it blitzes and deals 8, right? So that comes down usually on turn 7 because it's, you play it for 4, you hit it with Rush or you hit it with Sickle, and then you move Shoot Face. So that's usually a turn 7 card. This is turn 8, so it comes down 1 turn later. That said, this card is, in my opinion, a bit more brutal for your opponent to deal with. The difference being that the Russian Blitz tank, if it doesn't kill your opponent, it's responded to super easily, right? So it basically must be the kill shot to win the game. Otherwise, you're not playing it. This doesn't necessarily have to be the kill shot to win the game. Um, I think this is a, I feel like for these sorts of aggro decks, you want to have one high end card that impacts the board, and I feel like this does, where it allows your units to push for lethal. This advances into the front line. This forces a response from your opponent. It's got 8 health, which is brutal. So, and this means that, hey, even silencing this doesn't really help them, right? Like, this has to be destroyed, or you're gonna hit them in the face for a bunch. So I think this is a very good card. I think this is a good card in actually pretty much any of the Japanese decks, because in a control list, it's like, hey, this comes down in 2-for-1, so it generates value. In a mid-range deck, it's like, okay, this comes down and helps your things trade out on board in a very efficient way. And I mean, especially if you're playing this with some of those other Japanese more guard centric units that have more health than attack, but you drop this and suddenly they can trade more effectively. And no matter what, hey, this ends up in the front line, right? Like, it's either clearing the front line or entering it. You aren't leaving this back. This is in the front line, or it is getting stuff out of the way of the front line, right? And it is a big threat. I think this is a cool card. I like this a lot, and I think this is probably the best Japanese elite that we got in this set. All right, before we move on to Soviet, how do we feel about Japan? I think... Oh, hi, Cusco. Hey there. Sorry, dog. Hey, do you want to come up here? Do you want to come up on the bed? Do you want to say hi? There he is. Yeah, he was a big fluffy boy. Sorry. Oh, he's a good dog. Yeah. All right, so how are we feeling about Japan? I think that they tried to cook with Japan. I feel like they're trying to add. The one thing I will say is I appreciate 1939 trying to add in new deck construction styles that we haven't really seen before. This like Japanese like bounce burn, the sort of slow burn on destruction effects. I think these are all interesting cards. I'm not convinced that they'll be good. I think, again, kind of going back to what I was discussing with the German set, because the set is pretty small, kind of splitting your focus into trying to make a couple different sets work, or trying to make a couple different designs work, is difficult to do just because there are so few cards, that I feel like it almost takes the sort of minor expansions afterwards where maybe we get a little more support and we'll start to see these really take off. Yeah, you're a good dog. But as it stands, I think they did a pretty good job with Japan. I don't. Besides, besides that one elite, man, I think that most of the rest of them you could see a place. All right, moving on to Soviet. Soviet first card we've got is Exposed. This is a 1 cost order for Soviets that is cost 1 if you control a US, cost 1 less if you control a US unit. We'll see a lot of those, actually. Like, interestingly, they decided to print a kind of significant amount of Soviet cards that benefit from being paired with a US unit, which is an interesting take. It's again something where it's like they're trying to cook here. However, this card is not, like, the payoff is pretty trash. So this deals 5 damage to a unit with no combat keywords. So, first off, 5 damage is a lot. We saw Rush get printed at 5 when it came out, and that was insane. Rush is still almost an auto include, and it now does 4 instead of 5, and it's random instead of targeted. However, the downside of only being able to hit units that have no combat keywords is pretty brutal. A surprising amount of units have combat keywords, even outside of this set, where they've tried to, where I feel like they've stuck combat keywords on a lot of things, because a lot of bond units will have combat keywords to sort of offset the bond cost. Even looking at previous sets, the things that they are playing are not usually going to have combat keywords, right? Or are usually going to have combat keywords, even if it's by accident, or combat keywords that they don't really use or care about. So 1939, I know the meme is that they like to stick blitz on things that are underpowered. Unfortunately, that makes exposed really bad. So if you look at the things that this hits right now, it clears Seahawk. Cool. It clears Sabe. Okay, that's good. Question marks. It clears Leopold, I guess. There's just not enough targets for this to be any good. And that's not going to be helped by this expansion, which has a significant amount of combat keywords on it. Oh, you're a good boy. Yeah. So, next one, we've got the 178th Guard Rifles. So this is a 2-cost, 1/4 Guard Infantry, 1 op cost, and Destruction adds 89th Infantry to your support line. 89th is this guy. He's the 1/3 Guard. So we've got a very, very sticky unit. This is effectively 2/7 stats for 2. That's crazy efficient, right? I think that this is a great card. This is something that I feel like we saw a lot if you played Hearthstone, where having sticky, cheap units that hit the board early is super, super good. And I feel like obviously in this game you don't really ever want to operate these because 1 op cost to deal 1 damage is always kind of a bummer. But them both having guard means, hey, your opponent has to respond to these somehow. And these being, it's interesting because there's like the bathtub curve of cards you want to remove and cards you don't. This card is so kind of meh on its own, and the card it generates is pretty meh on its own, that your opponent doesn't want to suppress this really, right? So I feel like most of the time you're going to get this destruction effect off. Cool, great. I think this is it's never going to win you games, I feel like, but I think this is a great new player card. I feel like this is a card that, no one is ever going to complain about this, and I think that this is something where it's like, hey, you look at this and it's like, this is a solid include, like a low cost card. So similar to something like Middlesex, where it's like, you look at this and it's like, okay, nice, no complaints at all. Next card we've got is Forged in Fire. So this is a Soviet order, 2 costs. Give a unit a random combat keyword it doesn't have. Draw a card if it has 2 or more. This card is trash. So like I said before, combat keywords. Random combat keywords is a coin flip as to whether or not they're useful at all. You're going to give stuff to Blitz that doesn't need Blitz. You're going to give stuff to Smokescreen that you just want to operate that turn. You're going to give stuff Heavy Armor that dies anyway. You're going to give things Shock that you don't want to actually attack with. Yeah, I don't... Honestly, I rate combat keywords as maybe like half a credit. So I feel like this card could be give a unit 2 random combat keywords, draw a card, and maybe it would see something. As it is, this card it's just a waste. I don't. This isn't even good in draft. I feel like this is just a waste of a card. Even if it does manage to cycle itself, which is not a guarantee, it's still not good. Next one we've got is 573rd Rifles. So we've got a 3-cost 1-op infantry. That's a 2/3 Blitz Bond. And the destruction is add 2 16th Rifles to your support line. So 16th Rifles are these guys. The 0/1 Smokescreen grow at the start of your turn. So this is an interesting effect. So it seems like they're definitely leaning into this, hey, let's make sticky Soviet infantry that keep putting things on the board for your opponent to make your opponent deal with, right? And I like the concept here. That said, this is a little awkward because ideally you want to blitz this in. So you're playing this ideally on 4. You blitz it in. Hopefully it kills something when it blitzes. I'm not convinced it will if it's being played on 4 as a 2/3. Oh, hi there, Cusco. So let's say best case scenario, right? Like you play this on 4. Or you play this on turn 4. Play it for 3, blitz it into something, it dies, you spawn the 16ths. It's now turn 5 and you've got 2 1/2s. You don't really want to operate those. So turn 6, they become 2/3s. You still probably don't want to operate those. Turn 7, they become 3/4s. Maybe they start to be worth operating. I'm not convinced. I think this card is a 2. I think in draft, this card is probably better. Just because having things that are that slow is fine, and having 16th infantry that you get for free, or 16th rifles, excuse me, that you get for free that slowly grow in your support line is actually a threat in draft. In constructed, though, I don't think so. I just don't think that, unlike the previous card that we looked at with guard that creates a guard, that's sticky in a way that is annoying for your opponent. This is sticky in a way that your opponent, I don't think, really cares about that much, honestly. Next one we've got is the 77th Guard. So there's a 4-cost 1-op Soviet Infantry, 2/5 Blitz Guard. When you deploy or add a unit, give it a random combat keyword. So, again, I just do not rate random combat keywords very highly, especially if you are playing a unit on the field, not knowing what it's going to get. I think that is actually even worse than giving something a combat keyword to a unit that is already on the field. Just because the amount of swing that exists for something coming down is so much higher of useless garbage or something maybe worth having. Frequently, when you deploy or add a unit, if it doesn't have it, the only combat keyword you care about is Blitz, and that's it. And if you get anything else, you're kind of disappointed. Maybe you're okay if it gets guard, because okay, maybe you're in a spot where you need your HQ to be safe, and you just want as many guard units as possible. But even then, this has guard, and you'd rather have the unit have Blitz to be proactive with it, right? I don't think this. I mean, so 2/5 for 4 is, in my opinion, not a good stat line to begin with. I think you don't want to blitz this into anything because you want it to stick around to actually have it generate value for you. I think if this got the German Navy Marines, what is it, Third Marines, whatever it is, the Marines treatment where it's a 3/6 instead of a 2/5 to sort of stick around a bit longer to generate value, it would be playable. As it is, I think this card is a 2. I don't think you're ever playing a full play set of this. This maybe generates enough value in draft to make it worthwhile in draft because it might stick around enough to generate stuff to just be annoying. But in a constructed format, I think this is too slow, too random, and just not good enough. Next one, we've got Aid to the Front. So this is a 1-cost order. Give a unit with 2 or more combat keywords +2/+2. +2/+2, awesome. Great stat line. You like seeing that kind of thing for a 1-cost order. However, the restriction here is pretty brutal. Needing 2 combat keywords is unfortunate. The main thing is that a lot of combat keywords tend to go away. So shock goes away and smokescreen goes away. So 2 of 7 leave the unit when they get triggered. So the order in which you play this card will be important because you want to make sure that you are triggering this prior to it potentially losing one of its keywords. Will there be enough stuff that is worthwhile for this to be played on? I don't know. If the combat keywords deck becomes a thing, this card seems like it would be an include. I don't know if it's good enough for, like, this doesn't set the deck apart. And I don't even know if this is good enough to, like, even if the combat keywords deck becomes a thing, I feel like this might be something that you cut, or at least cut down. Like, you probably don't play 3 copies of this, right? Maybe you play 2, maybe you play 1, just as like a kind of surprise combat trick. Yeah, this is kind of an awkward card, because A, it requires on that deck being any good at all, and then B, it requires you to have targets within that deck that you actually care about hitting with it, and then C, because it's random combat keywords most of the time that you're going to be hitting with this, it requires them to actually have combat keywords that benefit from getting this buff, right? So, like, adding 2/2 to a card that doesn't need 2/2, but you happen to have Aid to the Front is, like, gonna feel kind of shitty. Yeah. Next card we've got is 199th Rifle. So this is a 2-cost 2/2 Bond Smokescreen Shock, 1-op infantry. So, woo, this is some keywords. And it gets +1/+1 when you deploy or add a British or US unit. I don't know where you play this. So I guess the idea is that this would go, So this is awkward because in order to maximize the value out of this, you need to be playing a deck that is like Soviet secondary. But in that case, you're getting hit for the bond cost most likely, right? Um, and that also requires you to have a British or US deck that wants Soviet secondary to work, right? If you're playing this in a Soviet deck, then you have British or US secondary, but then you don't have that many units to deploy. Um, I I don't see it, honestly. I just don't. Um, I think that maybe this is okay in draft, but even then, that's like you don't necessarily pick your secondary nation. You don't have that many choices, right? So you're picking one of three options. So it's like there's a good chance that you didn't even get the chance to get offered US or Brit. In which case, this is just a 2 cost 2/2 smokescreen shock that you might be bonded for. I yeah. Uh, the the one place where maybe this starts to get threatening is if you have like the US deck, the Brewsters that starts to add Brewsters, like a significant amount of them, this could scale really quickly. Um, just because it's like, hey, you drew Coronado automatically as a Brewster and it buffs your 199th. Cool. Then you play the 3 cost 2 Brewsters in your front line. This gets +2/+2. Cool. Um, are you going to cut cards to make that happen? And are you going to play Sylvian in a Brewster's deck? Probably not to both of those. Next card we've got is the KV-1S. So this is a Soviet tank, 5 cost 4/5, 2 op cost with guard and heavy armor 1, and other units have +1 attack for each of their combat keywords. So this is kind of the one of the high end payoffs for the combat keyword deck. This is a little awkward in my opinion because it seems pretty slow. So again, this is something where because so many of the combat keywords seem to be random, it's hard to rely on what is coming down. So for the most part, like if you're playing this in the combat keyword deck, this is probably going to be +2/+0 to your board. So this does a similar job to the Japanese Elite that we saw that says, hey, your Japanese units get +2 attack. Cool. Unfortunately, the because the combat keywords frequently are random, it seems like you're going to have this card hit stuff that doesn't necessarily benefit from the bonus attack. This also has the problem of it can't hide very easily. So I think this is something that if you throw this down and it is truly that threatening, your opponent just kills this first. And while it does have heavy armor, with 5 health, I feel like they could trade into it pretty well. You never want to really pay to operate this, and you don't want to swing it into stuff anyway, right? Just because it's like, hey, the main thing is that this needs to sit there and buff your board, and it's just expensive to do that. I don't see this. I think you do try to put this in the keyword deck if it becomes good. I don't think you put a full playset of this. I think maybe you put 1, maybe 2, kind of depending on how slow the meta is. But I feel like this is probably going to be something where it's like it's better to drop this and play non combat keyword cards in the combat keyword deck, honestly. Just because there are so many other Soviet cards that could fit in here that seem like they would do a better job than this at either ending the game to push to finish the opponent or providing a good target to hit. Yeah. So the next card is 740th Rifle Regiment. This is a 6 cost 5/6 ambush bond 1 op infantry that is the Soviet deployment card. So this we're kind of getting to the end of wrapping the deployment cards up. So this one is interesting. So another good Swiss Army knife card. So develops either Arctic Convoy, Burning Sky, or the Hammer. So Arctic Convoy is a 4 cost draw 2 units from your deck. Burning Sky is 1 cost deal 4 to an air unit, and Hammer is, I believe, it's 3 cost deal 6 to a ground unit. So you have draw or targeted removal for either air or ground units. Unfortunately, I feel like I feel like this one kind of slots about the same as the German card, where it's a bit awkward that this leans more expensive, and all of the cards it's developing you are not cards that you're really ever playing in a deck. Um, so Arctic Convoy I've seen very infrequently, and then the other two I basically have never seen at all unless like the hammer gets developed off of I forget what is it, Men of Steel, I think. Um, but as a card that you actually include in your deck, none of these make the cut. Um, that said, developing them is always fine instead of including them from your deck. Um, but as opposed to the British card, which generates cards which you do include in your deck, the Japanese one includes expansion, which you would include in your deck. This kind of sits with the German card, which is, hey, this is developing cards that you wouldn't include in your deck, but maybe they might be helpful. I think most of the time you're probably playing this and trying to get one of the removal effects. Um, Sometimes you'll get Convoy to get some units. I think this is awkwardly expensive for what it does. This would have been a lot better if it, similarly to the British card, had Guard instead of Ambush. Ambush makes this kind of brutal to deal with. Um, or, sorry, Ambush makes this kind of a wasted drop at 6. I feel like your opponent is probably going to either take the front line and attack you or have other ways to deal with this. Like, I know ambush can be brutal if it is in the front line, but this doesn't have a good way to get there. Again, I think similar to the rest of the Swiss Army knife cards, I'm just calling it a 3. I think this is something that you probably throw one of. If you're a new player, this is a great card to have in your deck. It allows for payoffs. It allows for removal. And I think this is still on the weaker end of those cards, but still might see some amount of play. Next one we have is Persian Corridor. So we're continuing the British-US paired theme with Soviet cards. So this is a 2-cost order that says give a friendly British or US unit destruction, trigger all destruction effects of your Soviet unions. This card's bad. This card just seems bad. So this requires like multiple types of units on the board. So it requires you to be playing a very specific deck. So Soviet US Britain, or Soviet US, Soviet Britain, or vice versa. And then requires you to also have cards that trigger destruction effects. Right now, there just aren't that many good destruction effects for Soviet, even with this expansion. And you're playing like multiple cards to have a combo that like in order for this to pay off, I feel like you would need to have at least 2 destructions that are actually being triggered by this card. There's a lot of hoops. There's just, it's a Rube Goldberg ass card to then not really have much payoff at the end. Yeah, I just don't get it. I feel like this is something where it's just kind of awkward. Unless there is like a big push towards Soviet destruction cards that start to make the weirdness with deck construction and the weirdness with playing worth it, you aren't ever going to see this. Next card is 44 Silesia. This is a 3-cost 3/3 ambush blitz infantry for 1 op cost. So we've seen literally the exact same stat line on the 6 motor rifles. With this one has deployment draw a card for every friendly unit with 2 or more combat keywords. This counts itself, so it always draws you at least 1. Ideally, if you're playing this, you're playing the combat keyword deck, it should be drawing you more than 1. If you are not able to stick the board as the combat keyword deck, you're already losing. So ideally, this acts as a hand refill. If the combat keyword deck sees play, this will be a key contributor in it. Soviets already have trouble with card draw. And I feel like this is something where this, as a unit, the body is fine. 6 motor rifles didn't really see any play, but it also didn't really have the same support that I feel like the combat keyword deck is getting. So I feel like this has a good opportunity to see some play. If the combat keyword deck, I feel like it's going to kind of slot in at a tier 2. I don't know if it's a tier 1 deck yet. but you're going to have this in it. End of story. Like, this is good draw for that deck, good cycle. I mean, even if you have to force this out on 3 just to fight for the board, it still cycles itself, which is nice to have. Next card has caused a lot of consternations. This is 61st Kirkunas, if I remember correctly. So this is a 3-cost 4/4 1-op infantry with ambush guard shock. Oh, Nelly. So we'll get to the score real quick. So this card, this card seems like you just take this and you put it anywhere where you might want it to fit. It having the keyword blob there is just like, sure. I mean, this is hard to trade into. It trades out well. Even if you're not paying the combat keyword deck for payoffs for like it having 3 of them, just, excuse me, the 3 that it has are just awkward. Like, this 2-for-1's easily, usually more than that. It kicks aggro players in the shins. They've got to have some other way to deal with this because you cannot trade units into this. Yeah, I feel like Kirkunas is a card that is... This seems very pushed. Very pushed. It could lose one of these keywords and still probably be good. As it is, this is an astonishingly good card, and it's very straightforward to play. Yeah, end of story. I feel like it's just good. And I feel like this has a lot of ways to, see duplicates of, since, you're probably going to have this, and, IL-10 is going to redeploy it when it gets destroyed, or you're going to try to deploy this off of I forget what the Soviet Naval Infantry is that deploys a 3-cost unit. You're going to slap this down, and damn, that's a lot of stats for 3. Whew! Next card, I'll move on to the elite. So we got a 3-cost Motherland Calls is an order. Add a Soviet unit with destruction in your deck to the support line. What nation do you think is getting the best cards? That is a good question. I think that... So I've got 2 answers. I think that the British cards, if you were to take them, if you're taking everything just as like not considering what's in the game now, and you're just taking it as in a vacuum, I think the British cards seem to work the best together. So they seem to be the most like sort of comprehensive as a package. The cards that seem to be the best, like if you're looking at the decks that exist today, I think might be Japan, just because they seem to have gotten a lot of cards that already fit in pre-existing, like very good decks, that seem like they'll push them over the line. But we'll see, right? Like, it's always hard to tell what the meta will shape out to be. I can tell you what I think is the worst. I think the worst is US, but we haven't gotten there yet. Motherland Calls. So add a Soviet unit with destruction in your deck to the support line, give it Blitz, destroy at the end of the turn. So like I just mentioned, I feel like Soviet cards with destruction effects, they kind of need to have more cards with good destruction effects. Right now, this seems like it hits a couple things, but are you really gonna want to hit those things, pull them out of your deck, and have it trigger? Is unfortunately, I believe that this pulls it out of your deck. It doesn't generate a copy. I think you like literally take it out of your deck and then blow it up. So like, if you had Yak 9 in your deck, for example, are you okay pulling it out of your deck and then blowing it up after it destroys something, I assume, if it's got Blitz? So I don't know if this card is good now. I don't feel like it is. However, there's the gigantic caveat here where tutoring for specific cards is super, super strong. So if they print a Soviet destruction card that is very impactful, that's when I feel like Motherland Calls will immediately jump up in how good it is. And they printed an elite that is maybe almost there, but I'm not sold on it yet. But we'll talk about that one in a minute here. But I feel like it's a little... It's just... I don't feel like there's quite the payoff yet for this to be in a deck as a like destruction package that you're just kind of like sprinkling in to like tutor a specific thing out and have it hit the field and then do something and destroy. Um, yeah, I want to cook with this. I'm just afraid that it's not there yet and does not have the support yet. Uh, Next one we've got is a 2-cost, 2-op, infantry, 5/2, blitz, bond, smokescreen. So this, oh, sorry, card name is the 289th Gachina, I believe. So its destruction effect, you draw a card and gain defense equal to the cost of the card. I actually like this card a lot. First off, I don't think you're ever really playing this on 2. I think this is a 4-drop. You want to get the blitz effect out of this card, right? So I realize it has smokescreen and that provides some level of defense, but with only 2 health, I feel like playing this and on 2 and trying to get the smokescreen effect out of it to dodge an attack is kind of not a great idea. You ideally want to play this on 4, trade it into something. It cycles itself, you gain health. Cool, great. Ideally, it trades up pretty well because it has 5 attack, so that's nice. I feel like the card that this reminds me of is, I feel like there was the Japanese covert card. I forget the name of it, but it also had 5 attack and like destruction draw card. And that one was, I mean, obviously it didn't have blitz, which I feel like is the main difference here. But that one, every now and then you would see play in like kind of the janky covert ops decks. I feel like it never got quite the support that was needed, but anything with that much attack that cycles itself is, it trades well. And it's not like your opponent can really plan for this, right? Because it's going to come out of your hand. It's going to kill something. So I think if you're playing this on 4, it probably is not going to trigger bond, which is nice. And even if it does do a pretty good job of offsetting that. That said, I don't think this is a card that you really play in like any sort of aggro list, because you don't. I mean, maybe you care about the cycle. You don't really care about the HP gain. I think it gets cleared. It's too expensive to operate in a blitz or in an aggro deck. But as a mid range and even a control card, I think so. That said, I don't think this is necessarily an auto include. I just think this is pretty solid. I realize that what's the meme is that Soviet elites are always like completely cracked or completely useless, and I feel like this kind of falls comfortably in the middle of like, okay, I could see that going in a deck, but it's not necessarily something that's just astonishing, right? Next one. So this is the one that I was talking about, the destruction effect. So this is the IS-2 1944 early. This is a 10-cost tank. Well, only 1 op cost though, so hey, once it hits the field, it's easy to operate. There's a 7/7 bond shock, heavy armor 2 with destruction. It adds 2 40-second rifles, give 1 guard, and the other shock. So 40-second rifles is the 3/4 ambush at the start of your turn. Repair this unit. So this effectively, I don't think this cards really ever see play on their own, but hey, you're getting them for free, and they're getting extra combat keywords. Oh god. Okay, where does this guy sit? So first off, the first thing is that people look at this and they're like, for the motherland. I get the IS. It gets blitz. I hit something with it. Great, it dies. I then get 2 40-second rifles. Yes. If you pull that off, that combo seems very, very good because you could play that on 5, hit the base for 7, maybe shock into something, then it dies, and hey, if you got 2 40-second rifles, 1 with guard, 1 with shock on turn 5, awesome, right? The asterisk of that is, in order for that combo to work, A, you can't be playing any other destruction cards because you're gonna be drawing something else that isn't the IS. B, you have to draw for the motherland first. And then C, if you do draw for the motherland, you have to be in a spot where you can actually play it and want to play it. So like, if you drew for the motherland on turn like 8, you're gonna question, okay, do I actually want to play it? Because I might just draw the IS, and maybe I want to play the IS just as a unit. I don't want it to blow itself up. So again, gonna try to make it work, because tutoring for this, like, this is the thing that if you were to specifically tutor for a destruction effect, yes, okay, cool, great, yep, this is the one that maybe you hit it and maybe it works out. That said, I don't think that that is going to be reliable enough or good enough to like see any sort of competitive play. It's going to be fun. I don't think it'll be good. So evaluating this on its own, though, outside of the sort of For the Motherland combo, so 10 drops are need to have impact when they hit the board, and this doesn't. This doesn't have guard. It doesn't have blitz on its own. And so you're playing this for 10 and then giving your opponent a chance to respond. And that seems just brutal. If this gets suppressed, you are sad. I think in comparison to some of the other, like, I forget what the other Soviet blitz tank is, the one that comes down, blitz, can't be suppressed, whatever, is like way better than this. I think this is, as a 2, honestly, I think this is absolutely cracked in draft. This is just a draft bomb for sure. But in a constructed format, I think this is too slow, and I just don't see it, man. All right, next one is gonna be US. Before we hop into US, I think Soviet cards overall, I feel like the combat keyword deck is interesting. I don't think, I wish that they got away from random combat keywords. It is interesting to me that in the same expansion, the 1939 was like, hey, develop a random card we don't like. So we're going to introduce this whole like play set of develop one of these 3 specific cards. Great. People don't like randomness. I mean, there's no way to get away from it because obviously you're drawing through a deck, but having cards that generate random effects is not that fun, right? Because you're going to get screwed or you're going to get screwed over. So having random combat keywords, it's like, how did you have simultaneously the good thought of, let's make sure that these develop effects aren't random. However, let's also throw it in random combat keywords. Yay! I don't understand it. It makes it so high rolly that it's going to be frustrating to play against. But because it's high rolly, it's never going to be a tier 1 deck unless it is absolutely broken outside of the combat keywords that are on cards already. So if you print more cards like Kirkena's that is so outrageously pushed with combat keywords, then yeah, it doesn't matter that random combat keywords are garbage. Just the combat keywords that already exist on cards will be good enough, right? So I think Soviet is in an interesting spot. I thought they did fine, honestly. I feel like they're already in a like decent position. I'm not convinced that they got much for like, I feel like Soviet Italy Control is the main Soviet deck that I see on ladder today. And I'm not sure if they got much to really support that, that you would like swap out. We'll see. We'll see. So now to hop into US. So US, starting with the commons. So we've got the USS the Sullivan. So target unit and the top of the unit each get +1/+1 draw a card. And this is a 2-cost order. So I'm gonna call it Warcry because that's what it was in Eternal. This effect of buff the top unit of your deck. The US got a lot of this, a lot of this. I am not convinced that Warcry in this game is gonna be any good unless it slows down a lot. It is a very, very slow thing to play, and it really starts to kick off when you have the ability to snowball with it. So you have a lot of things that all start to Warcry to buff things, and it starts to very rapidly ramp up and just become brutal to deal with. I don't think we're there. And TLDR. And setting that aside, so this card is interesting. So obviously the US order that is a +1/+1 draw card sees pretty consistent play. Would you pay an extra 1 cost to give a random card in your deck 1/1? Sorry, I say random in the sense of you don't know what you're giving the +1/+1 to. Obviously, it is the top card of your deck, so you're going to hopefully see it pretty quickly. But it is a delayed +1/+1 on a random card that you're not targeting. No, you aren't going to do that. So the question is, is this card being Navy enough to make it be playable? And maybe, I guess the best thing like for this is the Marines, which veteran, when you play a Navy card, in that, okay, cool, you target them, they veteran, they get a +1/+1, you +1/+1 the top of your deck. Ideally, it's another Navy infantry, right? Or it's another Marine. But that becomes awkward because then if you veteran that next Marine, it loses the buff. But it does cycle itself and then cause it. So there's something there. I don't think it's enough to get that deck out of tier 2. But I think it is overnight the best way to trigger the, I forget what the US Marines are, but that Marine card, I think it's 22nd Marines. So I'm going to give this a 3. I don't think you ever see it outside of that deck, but in that deck, it'll be a key contributor. I just don't think that deck will elevate itself any further than where it is now. Next card is Magnificent Seventh. So this is a 2-cost, 2/4 Blitz Bond Infantry with 1 up cost. So pretty darn good stat line. You are bonded, but I think that's okay. And that when this unit attacks the top card of your deck, it's +1/+1. So this is the exact kind of card that if Warcry decks were to ever work, is the kind of thing that you want to see multiple copies of in order to get that snowball rolling. Because it comes down early, it has good stats, it survives at least 1 hit, so you're probably getting more than 1 of the Warcry effects off of this. Or it forces your opponent to respond to it to stop the Warcry from triggering, right? So this is the exact kind of card that you want to see in this style of deck in order to make it work. I'm giving this a 4 because if we get enough support, this will be absolutely vital to make that deck work. I don't think that we've gotten enough support, and I don't think it works that well yet. But this is going to be absolutely cracked if it gets there. So we'll have to wait and see. I don't think this expansion was enough. Whatever the mini expansion is that they sort of do in between the bigger sets, maybe. Next one we've got is Rationing. So Rationing is a 2-cost US order. It is so it's a choose 1, remove bond from the cards in your hand, or give your HQ 4 defense. Way back when I started, I had mentioned that the 2 ways I feel like you build bond decks are either you're building bond decks with so much bond or you're building bond decks in such a way that bond doesn't trigger. So super unit heavy, stick the board, bond doesn't happen, maybe you get hit once, cool. Or you're building bond decks where it's like, I include 2 or 3 bond cards, except that I'm getting bonded, but those cards are so powerful that I'm going to play them anyway. This is awkward in the sense that it's like, okay, so you remove bond from cards in your hand, so are you playing that in the deck where you have a couple bond cards and you were kind of leaning into the expectation that I'm going to get hit for bond, in which case, okay, it saves you, 3 health? But the other option is this heals you for 4. So that's already better than that scenario. Are you playing this in the deck that has a super heavy reliance on bond cards that you're planning on sticking on the board? No, because you're going to want to stick the board, and removing bond from cards that you were expecting to be playing and ignore bond on anyway doesn't matter. So I think this is trash. I don't see how this gets played. Maybe if you're playing this in a deck with the Italian cards, which we will talk about later, I could see it possibly seeing play. But as it is, like, this seems like garbage in draft. 2 credits heal your HQ for 4 is not worth a card slot. I don't get it, man. Next card that we've got for US is the Red Bull, which is a 3-cost 1/6 infantry, 1 op cost. So those stats are garbage. However, at the start of your turn, you double the attack of this unit. So if you are familiar with Magic, doubling stats on units can be something that sees significant play. However, the gigantic asterisk to that is, well, two things. So usually these cards are called Hydras, and effectively they have counters on them that give +1/+1, and you double the number of counters on them. So not only is their attack growing, but their health is growing as well. So they become harder and harder to remove, in addition to hitting harder and harder. The second part of why Hydras can be good in Magic is that damage does not carry over between turns. So if you had a 4/4 Hydra and your opponent deals 3 to it, and it goes back to your turn, you double the number of counters, it is now an 8/8. It does not keep the damage in between rounds of play. That is not what this card does, unfortunately. So first off, it doubles the attack of the unit. So I realize the ideal is that, hey, you're hitting this with some of your Warcry effects, so it does not come down as a 1-cost card, or a 1-attack card. It comes down as a 2-attack card, or a 3-attack card, maybe. That requires that this was on top of your deck and then got hit with this, but those are untargeted effects, so you can't rely on that actually happening. If this comes down as a 1/6, it takes multiple turns to get to the point where it is even worth paying 3/4. And it sits there and basically has a big target on its back that says, hey, like, kill me over the next couple of turns, otherwise I might at some point become threatening. So if you play this on 3 and it is a 1/6, your opponent is probably going to hit this, maybe kill it, maybe just damage it, and then trade it off on the next turn when it has 2 attack instead of 1 attack, and it has not done squat. I just, this card's a 1, man. Like, even maybe if the US healing cards stuck around, this might have been a little better. If you had cards that allowed you to heal this consistently, to allow it to trade and then grow and then trade and then grow, there might have been something there, but that still would have required a lot of support. But those cards have basically been removed, right? Like, I don't know if there are those, heal cards on the field anymore. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't even know if this sees much in the way of draft play, just because it's like, hey, worst case scenario, your opponent is just going to 2-for-1 themselves on this, right? Which is like fine, but it's not great. This isn't going to be the like game-winning card that people are envisioning. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't work. I mean, even if this grew significantly, because it doesn't have shock, as soon as you hit something that isn't the opponent's HQ, you're weakening it significantly. I'm just moving on. It's the more I think about it, the more frustrated I get about that card. Next one is First Florida. So this is a 5-cost 4/4 infantry. So a little bit understated for sure for 5. It is 1 operation, and its destruction effect is a random friendly unit gets attack and defense equal to the attack of this unit. So this card. So first off, that destruction effect includes. Sorry, got a little bit of a cold. I'm still recovering from. So that destruction effect includes any buffs that you've hit on this card. So if you manage to Warcry this and it comes down as a 5/5, it throws in +5/+5 on something else. Now that sounds great. Obviously, hey, even if this doesn't get buffed at all, hitting this for 8/8, or basically paying the equivalent of 8/8 stats for 5, seems like a pretty solid combo, right? Sorry, phone's going wild, man. What is happening? Guys, go away. It's like, don't you have stuff for Thanksgiving to plan for? So yeah, 8/8 stats for 5 cost. Awesome. Unfortunately, you, with no ability to control this going off, because it doesn't have blitz, so it comes down, and you are hoping that your opponent doesn't have a way to remove stuff intelligently to actually trigger the destruction effect. Because if you have 2 units on the board, and one of them is First Florida, guess what your opponent is going to kill first? The other unit, and then they're going to kill First Florida, and the effect doesn't go anywhere. I don't think that this card is that good. That said, I do see how you could play this in draft. First off, you never play a play set of this. It's too expensive. But a 1 or 2 of, maybe it sees something. If the Warcry deck is anything at all, maybe you play this. maybe it gets somewhere. But I don't, because it is so random. If you're relying on the buff the top of your card, buff the top card of your deck. Wow, excuse me. Buff the top card of your deck. I mean, you can never expect Florida to be the thing that gets hit by that when you're evaluating it, right? All right, next card. So on to the uncommons. We've got Spars. This is a 1-cost order. Draw the top unit of your deck or give it ambush and shock. This card's trash. 1-cost cycle is pointless. 1-cost, give a unit that you don't know what it is, ambush and shock. Seems bad. I mean, even if you had some ability to stack the top of your deck so you knew what you were buffing, would you give 1-cost ambush shock to something? That's not worth a card slot, man. I don't even think this is good in draft. It seems like a waste of a slot. I guess technically it cycles itself. So if you are going super, super hard on thinning your deck and you were like, hey, I put in 4 Choco Boys, I put in 3 Spars, I'm going to cycle my deck and get it so thin that, cool, great. Like, you've spent mana just to basically get rid of a card from your deck. I don't think that's worth it. Unless there's a huge payoff for very, very specific things in your deck. I don't think that's going to fly. But, I don't think it's there. Next card is Swift Response. This is a countermeasure as 2 cost. When a friendly unit is destroyed, your units get +1/+1 in shock. That is a good buff. However, I feel like countermeasure cards, as I discussed before, are things that if they were to be played, they catch you off guard once, and then you play around them. And unfortunately, I think Swift Response is one of those cards where it's like, hey, if you think that they've got it and they're holding it up, you're going to be intelligent with how you trade things, which can help nullify this card. I think the place that this obviously goes is any sort of, spread the deck wide, spread it wide deck. So something like Brewster's, and then you have, okay, if you've got 4 units and it's awkward to trade and they get +1/+1 and they get shocked to swing back, it's just temperamental. And for those sort of go wide decks, do you really want to be floating 2 credits? Probably not. I think just naturally, like, my gut reaction is countermeasures get 1. You just don't want to play them. There are better things that you can do that can't be played around. I mean, I'm gonna move on. I get frustrated around countermeasures. I feel like it's the way that it's implemented in this game is problematic, and just does not work very well. F6F Hellcat is our next one. So we got a 3-cost 1/3 fighter, operates for 2. It's a Bond Fury card, and when it attacks, it gets, and the top unit of your deck gets +1/+1. Oh boy. Okay, so Magnificent 7, I had mentioned that is the right stat line and cost where you actually want, like, that's the kind of thing that you want Warcry to be on, right? Is you want something that hits the field quick, it has some beef to it, allows the buff train to start rolling. This doesn't do that because it is too expensive to operate. This card, if it was not 2 op cost, oh my god, this card would be good. Because it is 2 op cost, it is too expensive to operate for 2 garbage a body. Even though it buffs itself, that's fine. But are you really going to play this on 3 and then on turn 4 operate twice? Probably not. Sure. Turn 3, you play this. Turn 4, you swing twice. Probably into their HQ, let's be honest, because you don't want to trade this into things. You want to keep that buff trade rolling, right? So you want to swing this into their HQ, so you're not really attacking their cards, probably. So turn 4, you've got a 3/5 fighter, and you've buffed the top card of your deck twice. Would you play a card on turn 4 that says buff a card +2/+2, buff the top card of your deck +2/+2? Probably not. I think Sullivan's, which is +1/+1 to a card on the top card of your deck and draw a card for 2, is mid. That's twice as much and you've done a little bit of damage, I don't see it. I just don't. I think this card, because this is where I feel like the Warcry decks in this will suffer in comparison to where you see it done in other card games, is because you have to pay for operation costs. Warcry becomes way, way, way more limited. So just +1/+1 buffs is not good. That said, I do see how this card could get out of control in a draft setting if your opponent doesn't have a good response. Like, if this sticks around for multiple turns, getting value and getting larger, it's similar to what's the Soviet heavy armor bomber that grows as it bombs things and lives. Something similar to that, where eventually this just gets to the point where it can win you the game because it keeps clearing stuff and keeps growing and keeps clearing stuff and keeps growing. But it's never going to see any sort of competitive play, I feel like. So it's a draft boy and nothing else. Next one, we've got 41st Infantry. So the 4-cost 3/4 Blitzbond Infantry, and this is the last one in the playset of the 3-card Monty decks, where you get 3 develop cards, and yep. So this one is interesting because this joins the German, slots in my opinion, very slightly above the German and Soviet cards, because it generates Death from Above, which is the I believe it's the 4-cost destroy a random unit, right? 4-cost destroy a random unit. Then Unity is Strength, which is the 2-cost give an infantry +1/+1 for every friendly infantry on the field, and then the last one, which is We Can Do It, which is 5-cost, give everything +3 defense, draw a card. I think it's the We Can Do It part that actually makes this maybe playable, or at least more playable, because We Can Do It already actually saw some amount of play in decks. It was infrequent, but at least it was there, just because it is a chunky buff and a cycling card. And conveniently, it actually like lines up pretty well from like the perspective of, hey, you play this on 4, we can do it on 5. Like, okay, like that's not bad. I think similar to the rest of these Swiss Army knives, I'm giving this a 3, just because I feel like, hey, you feel comfortable kind of putting this in a little bit of everything. I think most of the time it's going to be Death from Above or We Can Do It. Unity is Strength is kind of weird just because you have to kind of be playing a very infantry focused deck for that. And usually you have to have quite a lot of infantry to make it worth playing in the first place. Obviously, this one itself is an infantry unit, right? So like it's lending the bonus to Unity is Strength. But I feel like frequently, you're going to take We Can Do It. Sometimes you'll take from Death from Above, and only every now and then will you ever take Unity is Strength off of this. The nice thing about this is that getting a developed card that you want to have targeted removal, like Death from Above, for example, untargeted removal, where it's kind of like random. This allows you to have a like pretty strong removal card that requires like a bit of a workaround that you would never include in your deck, but if it's being brought in off this card, okay, cool. That allows some amount of flexibility, right? Because depending on what your opponent is playing, like if you can tell that, hey, this is a deck that they're not going to be playing that many cards, but the cards that they will be playing are big, beefy boys. Cool, great. Death from Above, nice. I've got a response for it. Go back to what I previously said. I like these. I think they're good. And I think that they will see some 1 of 2 of, and I think they're good for new players. Okay, first special, Big 3 is a 4-cost. Each friendly unit gets +1/+1 for each friendly unit not of the same nation. So the way this works is you have 2 US units, you have 1 British unit. The British unit gets a +2/+2 because you have 2 US units. The US units get +1/+1 because you have 1 British unit. This card is trash. This card is complete garbage. There's a lot of stuff that you've got to do to make this work, and the payoff isn't there. Like, best case scenario, you flood your board completely evenly, and you've got like 4 US units and 4 British units, and everything gets +4/+4. That's a lot of work and a lot of effort for a card that's
you would have won the game anyway. Like, you've already taken the board and are winning. So yeah, I don't get this. Yeah, I just I don't understand what the fascination is with these like Rube Goldberg ass buff cards that are pretty expensive to actually see play. Next card is Lee. So this is a 4-cost tank, 4/4. 4-cost 4/4 tank, 2-op cost, has ambush and bond and smokescreen, which is kind of an odd combination because obviously if you're smokescreen, like they can't attack you, so you can't ambush. And when this unit moves in the front line, all units in your deck get +1 attack. And again, I go back to Kettenkrad. Why is that one all German units everywhere, and Lee is just US units in your deck? Or sorry, I guess it's not just US units. I guess this hits all units in your deck. But why is this just units in your deck, and Kettenkrad is every German unit everywhere? Would this have been that much worse if it was all units everywhere get 1 attack? If this had the Kettenkrad text, even if this just said all US units everywhere get 1/1, or not 1/1, get +1 attack. Cool, great, awesome. Sounds good, man. Like, I just don't understand. Like, so this card is awkward AF, I feel like, because first off, ambush smokescreen is a weird combination because obviously ambush, you want it to be in the front line because then it gets traded off, or because then they have difficulty trading it. I guess smokescreen protects it to potentially get into the front line. I don't know why it has bond. It doesn't seem like a good enough card to have that on it. And then honestly, it doesn't do a very good job clearing the way for the front line to get into it in the first place. So you've got to have something else to actually like fight to get to the front line to then put the Lee there, or already have the front line. But then this isn't very proactive because if you already have the front line and you play Lee and then you get Lee into the front line on the next turn, okay, sure, like, great, you've done a good job, but you're already controlling the front line. Why are you bothering to buff your deck that you're not going to see any payoff for? If you're controlling the front line already, that means you're like in the driver's seat, right? Like, you're trying to, like, if you're controlling the front line from turns 3 through 5 to get like the Lee in there and played and then start to see payoff for it, like, it seems like you're already winning. You don't need the like random deck buffs to like actually have this have an effect. I don't know, man. I this is another 2 for me. I think, hey, look, like in a draft setting, like I feel like you're gonna have ways to sneak this into the front line. It's gonna be survivable enough. It's gonna then see payoff. Because draft games just tend to drag on. They aren't over very quickly. So you're gonna get the buffs, and it's gonna do his generous. This is unplayable garbage. Again, 2 is literally a hey, I think you can play this in draft. But even then, I don't know, man. This is this is weird to me. All right, moving on. I mean, you'll sense a theme with these U.S. specials, man. I don't know what the deal is with U.S., but I don't get it. Next one is P38H Lightning. So this is a 5-cost fighter, 4/5, 2-op cost, and destruction. Top of your deck gets +3 attack and blitz. Again, this is too slow to see constructed play. Like, if you're paying 5 to drop something that has no effect on the board, then has to die, then buffs the top card of your deck, which you don't know what it is, you don't know what you hit with +3 and blitz. Maybe the thing you hit already has blitz. Maybe you don't want something with blitz on it. This hurts. Like, if you hit something like, okay, so you say you're playing the Warcry deck, you hit Magnificent Seventh with this. Are you really happy to have a 5/4 infantry? It's like, I guess it trades slightly better, but it already had blitz, so now you're kind of wasting that. I argument to be made for U.S. ally Brit Air. Oh, I don't know. I feel like there's just better things that you could be doing. Like, I could see it. I could see people cooking with it for sure. Like, having the ability to throw something. If you knew your deck was entirely air units and you knew whatever you were adding blitz to basically hits HQ, then okay, I could see where the cook is. I just still feel like this is a little too slow to have that effect happen. I feel like you would want to be more proactive than that. Anyway, I do think this card is probably fine in draft. Just because, again, draft is slow enough that I feel like getting that blitz effect on things, getting the attack, like, you'll surprise your opponent. And I mean, okay, you throw this on 5 and like it'll clear something. Yeah. Next card we've got is Thunderbolt. So moving on to the US Elites. So we got a 3-cost 3/5 infantry with Smokescreen and Shock. Super good stat line, right? Like 3-cost 3/5 Smokescreen Shock is like, okay, solid. And deployment effect is basically take what is it, Naval Patrol, and staple it on here. So draw 2, put something on top of your deck. Dude, 4-star instantly. Like this seems really good. Like you already see Naval Patrol see play in like some of those Brewster's decks. You take Naval Patrol, you pay 1 more, and you staple a good infantry body to it. What is there to hate here? Like this seems amazing. The only weirdness is I feel like, yeah, it's basically a Soviet elite for the US. See, the difference is I feel like the US needs the help. And I easy auto include for sure. Yeah, if you are playing Night Patrol in a deck, there is absolutely no reason that you wouldn't just be like, keep the deck the exact same, drop 1 Night Patrol, add in Thunderbolt. Cool, great, like awesome. Yeah, moving on. This one's probably the easiest US Elite to evaluate, I think. Then we're going to move on to the ones that are hard to evaluate. So the first one is Victory Garden. This is a 3-cost order that says every unit in your deck gets destruction. Give the top unit in your deck +1/+1. Oh man, I'm going to be honest. If there wasn't the Japanese Bond Elite, I think this one would have won the Tide Turns Award for being garbage elite of the set. I do not think this is good. This is so glacially slow that I feel like, so obviously it's like, hey, you want to play this on 3, right? Because you want to maximize the impact that this has. And if you draw this late game, like say this is the 30th card in your deck, this is just a dead draw. This does absolutely nothing. So you want this as soon as possible. I would have loved if this card had the German even. It's thematic. That's fair. I would have loved if this card had the German Elite that said draw this on 3 and like force you into it. Cool, great. Maybe that would actually be useful then. Again, I don't understand what the fascination is with making German elites that are like, this is awkward to play, but we're going to add stuff to it until it's playable. And then having US elites that are like, this is awkward to play. Fuck it, deal with it. Like, I guess it's a US card. So yeah, I feel like you play this on 3, you buff your deck. Best case scenario, you draw a card, you play it, that unit dies, you now buff your deck. Now you are starting to see any amount of payoff at all, because now that second unit that you've now played has +1/+1 on it, and this is assuming that both of the next cards that you drew off of your deck were both units, and they're probably not. I feel like most decks are, maybe like 60-40 units to orders. Maybe you lean super heavy into units to make sure this hits as many things as possible. And it's like, well, okay, well, I hope you're playing full US, because like if you're playing any sort of secondary, yeah, I don't know, man. This is a 1. I don't even think this is good in draft, because draft is a slow ass format, but unfortunately you're not going to be able to force a unit only, US only deck in draft to maximize the impact of this. I don't get it. Next one, Professionals. So Professionals is 7-cost, 7/8 Blitz Bond Smokescreen Infantry. So they're really slapping a lot of combat keywords on US cards and then adding Bond to them. This one, Destruction effect is all units in your deck get +2/+3 and a random combat keyword. Okay, I didn't see anything explode as quickly as the discussion around this card in the Discord server, and I had to like stop paying attention to it, because like, man, woof, there are some hot takes floating around for this guy. Okay, taking a step back, the thing that I think that this is this is comparable to, best case scenario, is something like Front Formation, where this is a super late cost card that you're generating value later in the game to then keep like pounding your opponent and make it so that they just cannot deal with you. And Front Formation sees play. The difference is that Front Formation gives you every single turn a guaranteed 5/5 Blitz tank. And it's a 5/5 Blitz tank that just, you throw it into anything, because you don't care. It's not a unit that sticks around anyway, so you throw it into an HQ, you throw it into another unit that's on the board that you just need to get out of the way, that's fine. You just get one every single turn forever. It keeps generating guaranteed value. And I feel like that's where the professionals falls apart, is that A, you are not playing professionals on 7. Please do not do that. If you are playing this deck and you throw professionals in it and you play this on 7, 100% of the time it will get suppressed. Don't do it. So that means you have to have some way to kill this on the board. So you either need to have something that this sacks itself into with its blitz, so you're playing it on 9, or you need to have some other way to trigger it, like Fortunes of War, which is on 10 and now a 2-card thing. This is how I feel when people are trying to plan around how to play the professionals, is that it is like a multiple card, best case scenario, War Machine turn 2, Mayhem on turn 3. Yeah, okay. Again, see the meme. Like, it is something where it's like the amount of cooking that it seemed like people were trying to do, and it's like, then at the end of the day, again, comparing it to something like Front Formation, so say you do manage to have this played, have it explode, you've played your turn 9 or 10, and again, similar to Front Formation, you've basically taken a turn off to try and make the rest of your game way, way, way better, because you are guaranteeing value for the rest of the game. Okay, so the difference is that Front Formation guarantees, gets you a tank every single turn for the rest of the game, even if your deck is fucking empty. It gives you a tank still every single turn until you explode, but it still gives you something. The difference is the professionals relies then on whatever is in your deck. So if you play professionals, blow it up, you you spend your entire turn 9 or 10 getting it off of the board, triggering it, doing whatever, and you draw the next card and it's War Machine, you're going to flip your fucking table, because you're just going to have lost the game. This card, I have it as a 3 because I guarantee you people are going to try to cook so fucking hard with this, but they're gonna just lose. You're gonna see this, and I don't know. There is so much discussion around this card, and in my heart, this is a 1. But you're gonna see it so much of people trying to make it work and trying some jank bullshit that I can't. No, I'm going. We're just bam. We're getting rid of that. It's a 1. It's a 1. It just is. It just I can't get around it, man. It's just bad. Now, please bear in mind that it being bad doesn't mean it's not fun to play. I think it will be fun to play. But just because it's fun doesn't mean it's good. In the same way that you can play big stompy green decks in Magic where it's like you slap some sort of like 12/12 trample, slap your dick on the table, like that feels, yeah, big ass creatures. Like you let your inner Timmy out, right? This is the same thing, but that doesn't mean it's good. Okay, moving on to Finland, man. So US, TLDR, I think the US got fucked in this expansion, honestly. Like I think I feel like they were the weakest nation. I feel like they got no support for the one thing that they actually see some amount of play with, which is Brewsters. I don't know what they're doing, man. Like, I don't see it. Finland, first card, Decoy Tactics. It's a 3-cost. It's a 3-cost order that gives the unit ambush, shock, and enemy discards a random card and they target or attack this unit. I hope that this card causes so much outcry that it gets nerfed. Because this is just miserable, man. Like, my worry is that 3 cost is just slightly too awkward. Just slightly too awkward to play a full playset of this. And then you see this, and it's a deck that's floating around in tier 2, and you hate your life when you queue into the German Finland discard deck. I think that in that deck, this card absolutely sees play, because you guarantee a 2-for-1. Because, hey, the enemy, this, unlike the, the Grenadier, where it's after the card resolves, if it's on the board, this forces them to discard. This always will have them discard something, right? So it doesn't matter if whatever unit you throw this on dies, like, at a minimum, this removes something from their hand. Yeah, God, I really hate the discard a random card effects. I again, it is frustrating to see like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, where they've gone in the direction of, hey, we've realized random develop isn't a fun thing, right? So we're gonna develop, and it's like, here's the play set of developed cards. Great, cool, awesome. And then in the same vein, it's like, but randomly discard random combat keywords. It's like, god damn it, guys, come on, man. All right, next one is Infantry Regiment 25. So it's a 2/5 guard shock. So I mean, those are pretty good stats, right? HQ gets 2 defense when you attack a unit with 2 or more combat keywords. The card text, in my opinion, is a little awkward here because it seems like the card text is the okay. Maybe it's just me, but the combat keywords deck seems like it bends more towards an aggressive deck, in which case you don't really care about the HQ health. And I mean, maybe the idea is that, okay, well, a lot of the combat keywords like you're playing, maybe they have bonds, so this helps offset that. Kind of. I feel like there are probably better finish cards that you would want to play in the combat keyword deck, because you obviously have a very narrow space that you're playing within as an ally nation. So I think that this is still fine. I just don't know if this makes the cut. And I think part of the reason it doesn't make the cut is the next card here, which is Coastal Battalion. So Coastal Battalion is a 4-cost 2/5 ambush blitz infantry. 1 op cost. Units you deploy get 1/1 for every combat keyword they have. So in comparison to dropping this for 3, which might trigger some HQ healing, dropping this on 4, which just makes your combat keyword cards wildly way more threatening. Like, this is the card that KV1S wishes it was. In a combat keyword deck, in a combat keyword deck where you're playing Finland, I don't know how you don't include this. 7/7 Kirkenes is the thing that I am horrified for. So I just want 1939 drops a new nation. I'll talk about that in a second. I hope 1939 realizes Poland exists. Rather than make a new nation, make Poland good. So I think this card is like, there's a very specific deck that this sees play in, but in that deck you absolutely play it. And the question will just be like, hey, is the combat keyword deck good? And again, I'm not positive it quite has enough support, because if you don't have, like, if your deck is not the combat keyword deck, are you really playing this? Because the part that is awkward is any of the things that grant random keywords to things that are on the field. This doesn't benefit that. Because you have to have deployed the unit. I'm assuming that if you somehow had both this and the guard infantry that gives a random combat keyword, is that this would still give the 1/1 for that. But we'll see. Overall, I think Finland got fine cards. It seems like Finland, more than any other nation, got cards to support specific archetypes. Versus the ones we'll talk about now, which is like France and then Italy, where they kind of got their own archetype altogether. So France is focused on resistance cards. So resistance is a 0-cost order, plays for free automatically when it's drawn. So they will have cards that put this into your deck, taxes you a credit, you take an HQ damage, and it pins a friendly unit, and then you replace it. So it doesn't interrupt your draw for that turn, but it slows you down and does a little bit of damage. So this is interesting. My understanding is that, kind of similar to like if you played a unit into exhaust all options for Japan, is that this would pin a unit for like not only the turn that the pin happens, but the following turn as well. So it's kind of like a 2-turn pin that's happening here, which solidly slows you down. The question is what is the resistance cards looking like? So I was not around when OG resistance was a thing, so bear that in mind. So this is kind of fresh set of eyes, I guess. But first one, very, very basic, 2/1, or 2-cost, 1-op, 2/3 guard, just as a resistance card. This is an on-stat line infantry. If resistance is a thing, you'll play this card. That said, if there are better cards to play, unless you are resistance maxing, I think this one is an easy cut. I also think that resistance in draft is garbage, because you're never going to be able to maximize the resistance impact. So I think this is a two-star card. Like it is the definition of fine. Um, the next one is Viva la Resistance. So this is a 2 cost, 2 resistance cards to the enemy deck, draw a card. So it cycles itself, and at some point, you're basically paying 2 to at some point tax your opponent for 2 in the future, in addition to a minor amount of HQ damage and delaying units that they have on the board. Um, I Man, I'm really not sold the more I think about resistance cards, because like this seems really slow. Um, and I feel like if you had a full playset of this, like paying this to cycle seems pretty brutal, honestly. Um, and I mean, I have this as a 1 because I think I would cut this before I cut the 2/3 infantry. Even though this puts more resistance cards in the other person's deck, it seems like having units on the board is better. Um, but maybe I'm just wildly underestimating the impact of the random punishment of the resistance cards. It just seems too iffy. Where if you are playing resistance cards and the expectation is that you want your opponent to be like, you're trying to get to the point where your opponent is guaranteed to be taxed, like you have to be playing like a full play set. But then like, what are you doing? Like, are you planning on resistance cards to burn your opponent to death? I don't know, man. So the next one is Resistance Council. So kind of same boat, where it's a very cheap order, pins a unit, deals 1 in the HQ. So it's almost as if you are playing a slightly weaker resistance card and then adds a resistance card to their deck. So pin a unit, deal 1, add a card that taxes them at some point in the future. You're hoping, okay, sure. Like again, maybe this sees play. But I feel like the resistance package as a whole, again, you can only have 12 of these cards, period, right? And like we've already seen 12 if you're including a full playset. So it's like, are you really happy with playing all of these things and then throwing, what is that, 8, 12, 16 resistance cards in the opponent's deck? It's like, yeah, I guess that might be technically lethal, and you like delay them and maybe troll your opponent, but like I don't know if that's enough to win. So are the better cards that you would be swapping out, because I think you're replacing any of the commons with upgraded cards first, right? So 1 BCP is a 3-cost 3/5 guard. Cool, great. That's good stat line, right? And it draws a card when they draw resistance. Okay, so the I have some problems with this, because now we're talking about, okay, resistance already is something that you're trying to get to the high roll, right? Like you're trying to hit your opponent on the worst possible turn and hoping that they draw resistance. So it's like, hey, you're interrupting, like, it's turn 5, you've thrown a couple resistance cards in their deck, and you're hoping that they draw it and throws off their turn 5 play and fucks up their curve. You're already kind of praying for the high roll, and this just adds to that, where it's like, if you've already high rolled the resistance, you've thrown off your opponent's curve, do you really care about drawing? Probably not. Because then the other problem is that if you're including this, you're getting rid of cards that actually put resistance cards in the opponent's deck. So you are making it less likely to draw resistance cards with a card that wants you to draw resistance cards. Dude, I fucking don't know, man. Like, again, card draw is nice. Like, you'll never complain. But I just don't, I don't see it. So 27th DIA is a 4-cost 4/6 Alpine. I don't know why Alpine. It seems like they're getting rid of all of those, but sure, why not? Staple it on whatever. Alpine Guard deals 2 to the enemy HQ when the enemy draws a resistance order. And I'm going back to the same thing with this, where it's like, if you are including this, you are getting rid of cards that actually put resistance cards in the enemy deck, which means it's even more high rolly. So say if you slap 2 BCPs and slap 2 DIAs, it's like, well, I only have 8 French cards that even put resistance cards in the opponent's deck. What are you doing? Like, I think the payoff for this is probably better. Like, if you're resistance maxing, I think you like the extra burn damage over drawing a card. This is also like harder to remove, so it sticks around a bit longer. Alpine does not matter. I don't know why, again, that's on there, but whatever. Maybe there's some jank ass deck that this comes down as a 5/7, but I doubt it. I think if there is a resistance burn deck, this is going to be a contributor in it. but I think this should be the only French card that you include that doesn't put resistance in the enemy deck if you are actually trying to make that work. So arming the resistance. So this is the one where this is the first resistance card that I could see. I could see getting played in decks that aren't trying to resistance max. And the reason I say that, so this is a 4-cost French order. Deal 5 to a target unit. You add a resistance card to the enemy deck for every excess damage. So the closest point of comparison to this is what is it, Firebomb from US, where it was deal 5 and it deals splash damage if you have like 2 extra credits for every extra damage that you didn't have. So so that card actually saw play in US because they didn't like having some targeted removal is pretty solid. 4-cost deal 5 is expensive, unfortunately. But like in some cases you actually need like, hey, I just need removal, right? Like I'm willing to pay the extra cost to have some removal because my main nation doesn't have it. Are you playing France for that? Probably no. If you're trying to resistance max, are you using this as a board clear? Because then you don't put as much resistance cards in the other deck, in the opponent's deck. Like, are you going to try to do something where, if they've got something that's kind of beefy, are you going to try to trade into it so it has less health, but then you arm the resistance to put more cards in the deck? I feel like this is, I mean, it's fine. I feel like this is something that, I mean, I would rather have this than the like pin a card, put a resistance card. So like it is kind of a step up from that, but I don't know if this deck ever makes the cut, honestly. And the last one we've got is Liberation, which is add 3 resistance cards, gain 6 health. This one I think is actually really interesting because we already see Fortification, which is 3-cost heal 7, see play in Britain. And I feel like they have been reducing significantly the amount of heal that's in the game. So having a card that's just 3-cost heal 6 and then at some point screw up your opponent's turn maybe is something. Obviously, if you're playing with the full resistance package, you are absolutely throwing this in and replacing one of the commons, right? Because this is the maximum amount of resistance cards that you can reliably throw in the opponent's deck. Is the resistance package worth playing? I don't know. Gonna try to cook with it? Absolutely. But annoying your opponent to death is not a way to win the game. So I'm not convinced that it's good. But if it is anything at all, this is the card that will put it over the top, in my opinion, because it'll make it more survivable, buy you time, give you the ability for your resistance cards to start to impact the game, and hey, I mean, heal 6 is actually pretty good just on its own. There are so few deck slots and so few resistance cards you can add. Yeah, I feel like at the end of the day, that's the problem. Looking at it before, it seemed like the way that resistance seemed to work is that it clogged their hand, and because there were cards that caused it to double the number of cards in hand, is that you could, like, even just a couple cards caused impacts. This doesn't seem like it gets there. So moving on to Italy. Italy's weird. I enjoy 1939 cooking. So this is just one complete play set of cards. So RM Bersagliere is a Navy card, 1-cost order, draw a card from your deck that didn't start there, give your HQ defense equal to its cost. That seems weird as fuck. But the reason it is because of all the other Italian cards that are here. So we're going to talk about all of them and then go back and review. So 5th Bersagliere is 4-cost 5/6 Bond Guard Infantry with 2 op cost, and Destruction shuffles 18th Bersagliere to your deck. Obviously, 4-cost 5/6 Guard. That's some beefy stats. Unfortunately, it's bonded, right? So you only ever play this as ally, and you're probably going to get hitting yourself for bond. So what's 18th Bersagliere? So 18th Bersagliere is a 6-cost 6/8 Blitz Bond Guard that, when it deploys, shuffles 9th Bersagliere into your deck. So again, crazy stats, because 6-cost 6/8 Blitz Guard with what op cost is nuts. And then this puts something else in your deck, which is 9th Bersaglieri, which is a 3-cost 1-up 5/4 Blitz Bond, and when it gets destroyed, it shuffles 18th Bersaglieri into your deck. So you can kind of see what they're going for, which is, okay, so you have these 2 cards, so you have the 5th and the 9th. They both, when they explode, put 18th. 18th is when it deploys, shuffles 9th back in, so you can get a potentially endless cycle of these cards, and they all have Bond, and I think this is where people... What's going to happen is I feel like people who have looked through this expansion, and they do not expect Bond to be as damaging as it does, will look at these cards, be like, these stats are insane. Build and craft an Italian allied deck, and then instantly realize how much damage Bond threatens. Because that's the thing that will break this whole combo, is that I feel like you're going to quickly get to the point where stuff does not hit the board fast enough to either avoid the Bond. I think the fact that 9th is 3 cost, 4th is 4 cost, like, okay, you could maybe avoid it a little bit. 18th is 6 cost, but is really beefy, so maybe it sticks around for a little bit. But the other awkward thing is that the destruction effect has to trigger for these in order to put 18th in your deck, which is where, okay, the RM Bersagliere comes in to like draw it out of your deck and try to heal you for the Bond. So you're weirdly putting yourself on a clock by playing this, because I feel like pretty quickly you're going to get to a point where the Bond cost starts to out damage the healing you can do, and then you have a bunch of stuff in your deck that are dead cards. So I think this is interesting. Again, I think 1939 is cooking with this. And I do appreciate the fact that it's like, I feel like Italy has a lot of cards that are already really good, right? Like, they didn't need more cards like Attack of the Colonies and Dagger Strikes and stuff like that, right? So the fact that these are basically their own entire separate package, and you, in order to do these, you really need to like get rid and cut the like Italian orders, which are really nice to have, is super interesting. Because otherwise Italian units are kind of ass. I mean, there's the 4-cost 4/3 Blitz Infantry that heals, which, hey, does trigger off of all these guys because they all have more than 4 attacks, so that's nice. There's the Italian Guard that heals from damage, right? Which, hey, can offset some of the bond cost here. Again, absolutely, this is stuff that's going to cook. I don't know if this is any good at all, though. I at least enjoy that they are trying something, and they're trying to have like this like self-contained package. And the self-contained package will be either good or bad, and there is no in between, I feel like. So now we're going to move on to Poland. Poland is... okay, Poland got 2nd Infantry Regiment. That's a 4-cost 5/4 Exile. It's a Soviet Exile card. It has 1-op cost. Deployment, you basically copy combat keywords of a target unit. I don't even know if you play this in the combat order deck or the combat keyword deck. 5/4 is okay for 4. It relies on you having something else on the board. This really only becomes worth it if you have something to copy. As it is, I don't know if you really include this. I think there's better stuff to have. Obviously, hey, you drop Kirkenes on 3, or Kirkenes, and then you drop 2nd Infantry and you copy it, and it's like, great, cool, you've basically duplicated Kirkenes for slightly more cost on a card that's, you know, got a little more attack. Awesome. But like, I think this card's ass. I think this is just bad. Next one is a 5-cost order. Exile forces, add a copy of target unit to your support line, destroy it in 3 turns. This card I think is so 5-cost copy a unit. So there's only a handful of things that you want to hit with this. I think the destroy in 3 turns effect you don't really care that much about, because most things you're going to copy with this, the intent would be you're destroying your opponent. Cool. You destroy your opponent with whatever you're playing. If you are copying a thing that's more than 5 costs and you haven't ended your opponent in 3 turns and it's still on the board, something has probably gone wrong. That said, paying 5 to do a unit copy effect seems really overcosted. So I'm not really sure what you're hitting with this to make it worthwhile. I think this is similarly just a bad card, man. I think this is overcosted, and I don't know where you play this. Like if you've got big stuff hitting the field already, like do you really care about copying it, or are you really just going to operate it and kill your opponent? Um, Next one is Will Know. Fifth Will Know is a 6 cost 3/3 infantry that has 1 op, and on deployment convert this unit into target unit. So this is 1/2/3s we have at home, and I realized 1/2/3s seem to be really really good when it got released. And now is slightly nerfed and basically sees no play. Fifth Will Know is, hey, let's take 1/2/3s and just neuter it further, and then release it as one of the few cards into an ally nation. I I have 2 questions for this. First one is, hey, you've seen 1/2/3s get significantly worse when it got upcosted just slightly, and then you've released this at double the cost. Why? The second one is, why are the stats on this better? Like, would it have killed you to have this be a 6 cost 6/6 infantry? So, say if you were in a scenario where, hey, there is nothing to convert on the board, at least I can play this as a 6/6. Instead, it's a 3/3, which means you will never play this unless there is something to convert. But you're paying 6 to do so. This is, again, it's a 1. I don't know what the deal is, man. Like, I don't feel like Poland got any help. In comparison to Finland, which didn't necessarily get like a complete package of cards that work together, but got stuff that is like, hey, this very clearly works in the combat keyword deck. This, frustratingly, is in the like discard deck. And then you have France and Italy, where it's like, I'm not convinced that Resistance or Bersaglieri will be good packages, but at least they're like self-contained packages. Poland was just like, all right, well, we're going to give you 3 cards that none of them really operate together, and they don't seem to work well in any sort of deck, and they're overcosted. It's like, okay, well, rip. I guess you have Tarnow still. Congrats. Yeah, I already ranted a bit about random keywords, so I'm not going to touch on that again. I did touch on the set size and synergies thing. So the 2 biggest things here is that, again, because the set size for these sets are so small in comparison to something like Magic, which, again, 200 to 300 cards for a set in Magic instead of like 100 for cards, counting the stuff that's coming back from rotation. You need stuff that synergizes, and definitely synergizes within the set, but ideally synergizes with stuff from, the more recent sets. I think the biggest ones is Germany, which, again, I feel like putting Bond and Self Bounce in the same set release is just criminal. And I think they're going to get away with it because people are sick and tired of Germany. But if this happened to any other nation, people would be up in arms. That it's like, why are you putting stuff that is completely counter synergistic in a set together, launching all at the same time? Again, I wish that they leaned more into the, hey, let's make the weird Germany even deck thing work, because that provides some interesting deck building, and you can play it with Bond, even though it's awkward. Like, they're not necessarily completely anti-synergy with each other, but it just provides some, like, play space that's fun. The other one is US. US is something where I don't understand what the deal is with 1939 in the last expansion being like, I've got the great idea of, let's put Brewsters together. Cool. Great. Like, the Brewsters package actually made like a tier 2 deck out of US, which it needed. US was seeing nothing, right? Like, they were an ally for Germany because they have War Machine, and that was kind of the extent of it. And they had 1/2/3s for a little bit until 1/2/3s got nerfed, and they had Michigan while the Dream was still alive. So instead, they slap out Brewsters. Brewsters actually seems like a kind of competent deck, but has the downside of, hey, Brewsters has all of these things that come out of orders primarily, right? So it's like they're either being played through whatever the bomber is that just spawns a Brewster, or they're being played off of things like air cover, which that was super interesting. Having like kind of cheap stuff that just happened to hit the field and spawn. Like, okay, this seems pretty unique, and like token decks, like you guys kind of kicked light infantry in the nads, right? So like that's not a thing anymore. So boosters is kind of like, okay, there's the token deck. And it's not like it's amazing, but it's fun. I think it's, after the Alabama nerf, it's less high roll. But then they come out with this expansion and they've decided, you know what US is actually? Is there a deck that buffs the top card of they're a deck that wants to buff the top unit in their deck. And it's like, but you guys just released all this stuff that wants to remove wants to play units via orders and wants to put stuff in hand back on top of deck, which I assume gets rid of the buff. So it's like, why are you releasing Night Patrol and Brewsters and then the very next expansion saying everything's Warcry now? It's like, make a decision about the direction that you want these to go in for more than one single set, and that would be great. Or you could implement stuff where it's like, okay, cool. Like it would be less brutal if I feel like the Warcry stuff is just ass and it's too slow. Like compared to Britain, where it's like, okay, you guys are clearly trying to make the British stuff cook, but seems like you've definitely overstated the British stuff to like push it, right? Whether or not that British Bond, like the Valentine, King's African Rifles, RAF Mustang is like gonna get there, we'll see. But at least like you have given it the stats to make it work, and it doesn't seem like you've done that for US. Yeah, okay, that's enough of the set for now. I think we managed to hit everything. Just double checking here. I do have something getting delivered soon, so at some point I'll have to get up and end the stream. But I think until then we can probably do some shenanigans. Do you have a Discord? Dude, I have like one person who's watching me. No, I don't have a Discord. Sorry. I mean, I hang out in Bear's Discord pretty frequently. Props to him, by the way, because I had a lot of questions around some of the way some of these cards worked in this set. So, like, having someone who's on that internal design, like, definitely, like, he's a great guy. If you just got bad cards, what did Poland get? Yeah. It's... Well, no, on professionals. You guys had... Sherman Tribal. I actually really like the Sherman Tribal. I was running that for a while. The like Sherman, what was it? J King that had the Sherman Tribal with the air escort from Italy. That was fun. I mean, that was fun. Again, solidly a tier 2 deck. I feel like not anything that you'll didn't really get much in the way of support here, but like. I mean, imagine if Lee was a Sherman card or just had a Sherman like text on it. If it was something else. Throp. Oh yeah, Throp is... they didn't really get much, did they? Huh. I was not even thinking about Throp as I was looking through those cards, but I don't know if there was a single 3-op. Oh yeah, M4A2 got removed. Yeah, that one kind of shot that down. That's a good question. Was there any Throp cards, man? I don't think so. I think they all had 2-op costs. So yeah, I don't know. It is interesting how, I mean, and then all the French cards were all resistance. So yeah, there's no help there. So it is interesting how they seem to cycle through decks quicker than I would like. I would love if there was slightly more support for some of these like tier 2 decks to sort of elevate them into the meta. Play some friendlies. Unfortunately, because I have to leave, I'm not sure when. I don't want to just skip out on that. I think I'm gonna let's see. I think we can probably let's go over, launch the game. We'll do some rando decks. I think also, sorry for missing some of your comments here, GMO. I definitely... DIA was historically an Alpine regiment. Okay. Flavor. I appreciate the flavor. Old Resistance. Okay, so it added a hand, denied draw, cost a credit to play, either milled a card or dealt an HQ damage. Ooh, I like that a lot more than the Resistance ones that they've got now, man. That is good to know. I can see how that would be super frustrating to play against though. Damn. All right, let's open up the chest. I can. Let's see. We probably let's open up the wheel. All right. So let's go ahead and open. All right. What are we playing as main? We'll just do some randomized deck building. All right. So we've got a Germany main. Secondary. Looks like it's Finland. Okay, Jerfin. And what kind of type of deck are we playing here? Okay, Jerfin mid-range. Okay. Come on, I got a battle code for you. Okay, yeah, sure. Fine. Oh, ooh. My chat overlay is huge. Whoa, where did that happen? This is what happens when you don't stream for a while and everything's kind of wacky. 1213. Sorry, gotta click through all the boxes here. Wow, now I gotta remember how the hell do I even join a battle code? There it is. Okay, so 1213. All right, so this is the Oh, thank you. So just for some context, this is a my previous random deck challenge ended up with U.S. France jank. So this will be something. So hopefully you're not playing anything too competitive, because man, this basically bottomed out around like 5,000-6,000 on ladder. It just didn't go anywhere. Okay, so we've got some. Yep. Brit Poland Intel? Let's see, are you playing the Commandos, maybe? Ah, okay. Pound. Do we just rip it? No, I don't think we rip it. Let's clear the board. I think next turn we rip it. Oh yeah, next turn we rip it. Let's just cheese the jank. One damage pin. Okay. Alright, so we got it. Is this another pound? 3, 4, 5. Okay. Shark. Shark's good. Yeah, unfortunately, this is not looking tasty here. Okay, the bombers don't deal with that cleanly, at least. Let's do that. We can... So, got a lot of one attack guys. There's not a Without pound, there's not a great way to deal with M6 here, or M7, excuse me. Oh, it's M6. I don't know what, I struggle so hard. Ah. Okay, yep, there's the pound. Yep, the removal is brutal. Convoy. Okay. I mean, I think we somewhat trade, advance the research. And War Machine. That's 2 pounds that got played in both sharks. I assume there's... I haven't seen any of the close air support. I assume that would be a pretty... Okay. Bombs hitting the guy there. I'm going to trade with the MS. Yep. Okay. Takes the front line. Deal 2. Okay. Kitty Hawk. So we can advance research, generate nukes. Nukes clear the board. I think it's extremely unlikely for there to be anything that's coming down with more than 6. Duplicate. Ooh. Ooh. That's spicy. I forgot that card existed. Double trade? Okay. Okay. That works. Oh, and then gonna trade out the Samoa. I think we... No, we want to advance. Interesting. Okay. I think we just take Manhattan. I think there's some... I mean, obviously clear Samoa. Awkward trades otherwise. Wave. Okay. Okay. Yep. Gonna do it. Exile Blitz. Okay. Alright, that stops that from growing. Rip allies. I think we just clear the board. I think I would have preferred any of the other drops from that. Another one. Okay. Yep. Fair. That's annoying. Well, I gotta... Gross. I think I gotta take the draw. Ugh. That's not what I want to see. Ooh, Cromwell. Okay. That does save. All right, man. Good game. I think I do have to wrap it up here though. So yeah, 115. Woo. Okay. This has been a long day already. So thanks for tuning in. And yeah, hope everyone has a good day. Happy Thanksgiving for those of you in the U.S. And hope everyone has a good Homefront release. And hopefully I'll be around on Friday probably after we're done doing stuff with family, and we can start cooking. All right, later everybody.